We're live, Mayor.
Thank
Recording
you.
in progress.
Okay, I would like to call to order this City Council special meeting of August the 4th, 2021. Before asking for the clerk to call the roll for tonight's special meeting, could I get a motion to excuse Councilmember Pascal from tonight's meeting? Was that Councilmember Falcone? Seconded by?
Councilmember Black.
Councilmember Black, thank you. The question is on the motion to excuse Councilmember Pascal from tonight's meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. Clerk, will you please go ahead and call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
Here.
Councilmember Black,
Here.
Councilmember Curtis,
Here.
Councilmember Falcone,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Our study session this evening is on 3 topics. The first one is the 2021-2026 Capital Improvement Program Preliminary Update. The second, a discussion on Kirkland Avenue, Lake Street improvements for the northbound and eastbound turn. And finally, a Juanita Drive multimodal improvements discussion for 132nd Street connection concepts. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. We will be conducting an executive session at the end of our meeting tonight to discuss 2 topics. The first is related to potential litigation, and the second is related to the potential acquisition of real estate. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you mentioned, we have 3 topics tonight. I think we'll be able to get all 3 done during our study session. But our first topic is the CIP preliminary update. And here to give you that presentation is, as you just met, our financial planning supervisor, Robbie Perkins High, and our financial planning manager, George Dugdale, is also there to assist. And we're happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. The actual vote related to this happens under the business item on the council meeting later tonight. So with that, welcome, Robbie.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for having me here today. I will share our presentation. Can everybody see that PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So as you know, the City of Kirkland adopts a 6-year CIP. We recently adopted the 2021 to 2026 CIP in December of last year. We are in an update year of the CIP, which means we'll be revisiting this capital improvement program to adjust for some minor changes, but a big overhaul of the CIP will happen next year. This presentation will be about 18 slides. City staff started work on the CIP update in late April, culminating in meetings with the city manager's office in June, where we reviewed proposed project changes with Kurt and Tracy in order to provide a preliminary plan for you all here tonight. In terms of structure for this presentation, I'll start with just touching on the purpose of a CIP update. We'll review the revenues that we have available for the CIP update, and then we will review the preliminary project proposals. For the projects, I have them divided up by type of project. I have all of the changes that are proposed up on the slides. I'll keep my talking in them fairly brief, so just reviewing highlights of the slides, and we'll leave time for all of you to ask questions, make comments on the project changes, or talk about projects that we may not have listed thus far. Okay, so in terms of CIP update goals, we have several goals that carry through for all CIP updates, as well as a few that are specific to this update cycle. So first and foremost, we've brought this to you a couple times. We're focused on the complete integration and transition to Munis. This will be the first capital improvement program that we're building out entirely in Munis. So there's a heavy emphasis on ensuring complete continuity between the capital improvement program, what we have in our systems. The city has an entirely clean and fresh start. On that topic, George Dugdale will be presenting later this evening to balance the capital funds, which is our culminating action in the audit and cleanup of the capital funds. In addition to that focus, ones that you'll see commonly in a CIP update, we're going to have changes related to the work program items, updates to project timing and costs based on prior council approvals, and recognizing major changes in funding sources. Lastly, our primary goal for this update is completing projects underway. So we discussed this at the May retreat, but this year in particular, with COVID-19, there's a lot of variability in project costs, particularly around project material availability and costs. And in lieu of that, there's a big emphasis in this proposed update on keeping revenues on hand to complete projects that we've already started. To start with, this table shows a summary of the total identified needs in our CIP. There are 3 columns here. So tonight's presentation is going to focus on the six-year funded CIP. So these are the projects that we currently have approved from 2021 to 2026. And this is where most of our changes have been made. I also wanted to highlight that we do have large unfunded lists. So this middle column shows projects that are unfunded and proposed to be funded with city revenues in the future. And then this far right column shows unfunded projects that will only go forward with new or external funding. Any questions on that?
And if I can just, City Manager, make a quick comment on that unfunded external new revenues category. That category could also include potential ballot measures. So for example, there's some major parks programs like an aquatic center that would likely not happen unless the city contemplated a ballot measure. So it's not just federal grants or state grants.
So for the CIP update, the first key step is establishing what capital funding we have available to us. This table here shows you the types of funding that are typically used for the CIP. We talk about these a lot, but parks impact fees, transportation impact fees, REIT are the primary ones in the transportation and the general government CIPs. A couple of things to note on this. Thus far, Kirkland has had really strong revenues to date this year. So you can see in these REIT 1 and REIT 2 projections. I'll touch more on this in a second, but the city is well above budget for the year already, which is making some funding available to spend on new projects. I would also like to note that this table differs slightly from the table that was shown in the memo. The impact fees in particular are now showing available fund balances, which were not present in the memo. So you'll note in particular the transportation impact fees, there's some further funding available there. For the next update in November, city staff are going to work to integrate those transportation impact fees into proposed projects. And then lastly, these projections were made at the end of July. These revenues vary a lot. So at the next update, we'll also continue to present more accurate balances, particularly for REIT and impact fees as we get those actual revenues in. So you can expect to see these numbers change as we move through the year. The bottom half of this table shows CIP policy reserves. So these are funding that the city has on hand, but per city council, reserve policies are held as a last resort to use on projects. So in December of last year, we spent down the REIT reserves in order to fund a few projects. So due to the really robust REIT so far this year, we've been able to replenish those reserves, but we'll be holding those in reserves unless directed otherwise. So to touch on those revenue types in some more detail, like I said, REIT has been really, really good this year so far. So as of June, year-to-date REIT is already at 188% of budget. You can see here in this table, I have all of the REIT revenues from 2020, as well as the REIT revenues for the first half of 2021. For the remaining months of 2021, this is what our budgeted REIT is per month. So you can see that's 375,000. And thus far, we've been greatly exceeding that amount each month. We also received a preliminary estimate for our July REIT revenues a couple of days ago, which are going to be in the ballpark of $1.7 million as well. For the update, we have projected the REIT at actuals for the first 6 months and then at budget for the remainder of the year and for 2022. You can consider that a very conservative estimate for REIT. So like I said, we'll revisit in November when we have more actual numbers so we can present to you a more accurate amount that you could use on capital projects. Again, touching on our emphasis, this additional REIT that we don't have programmed right now is intentionally being held in reserves. And the goal for that is to address budget needs to complete projects that are already underway. Lastly, any remaining REIT that is not used in this CIP update will either be programmed in the November update or held until the 2023 to 2028 CIP update. Our other primary source for capital projects is impact fees. So impact fees are intended to recover costs that are incurred by the city for providing public services to new developments. Impact fees are a little bit more restrictive than REIT, so can only be used for system improvements and can only pay a proportionate share of a project relative to the benefit of the new development. Parks impact fees specifically can only be assessed from residential development. We use the same methodology as the REIT. For the impact fee projections, they are projected at actuals through June, so those reflect our first 6 months of real revenues, and then for the remainder of the year are presented at budget. You can see impact fees vary a little bit more than REIT. So for instance, in the parks impact fees, we had several months with a lot of big residential construction, which means much higher impact fees, but some of these other months are a lot lower. Lastly, this preliminary CIP update does not include any changes for the recently implemented fire impact fees or revisions to the parks or transportation fees. We're going to wait to see what those look like in practice after those fees and updates are implemented. Sinking fund updates. So as a quick refresher, sinking fund is a city fund. It's typically used for a significant equipment purchase that is purchased on a regular interval, but not an annual interval. So for instance, radios, which you need to replace every 10 years, rather than having one massive cost every 10 years, we put in 1/10 of the cost every year to sort of smooth through those expenses. As we talked about in the May retreat, 50% of year-end general fund balance is used on several priorities, but the first of this is funding liabilities related to the police, the fire, and the IT sinking funds. This slide gives an overview of how those sinking funds are looking. I'll start with police. And for the sinking funds, we do out a cash flow through 2040 right now to sort of give an idea of how we're looking year by year. The police sinking fund is projected to go negative in 2032, which coincides with the purchase of city-funded radio replacements, which are by far the most expensive item in the police sinking fund. In order to keep the sinking fund positive, the city would have to make a $1.8 million contribution. However, due to uncertainties around radio technology, as well as other potential available funding sources, it's recommended that no action is needed on these at this time.
For reference, sorry, this is George. For reference on the radios and the police sinking fund, they were funded by the previous PISA and ballot measure countywide back in 2017, I think it was. And so, as Robbie says, as the technology evolves, there's a chance that that would happen again. And if the technology changes, the radios will be replaced as part of the ballot measure. So it's something staff are tracking. And as we get closer to their replacement date, we'll know more about that.
I forgot to say this also, the police sinking fund includes replacements for weapons, protective equipment, radios, AEDs, and a couple other miscellaneous equipment items. For the fire sinking fund, it's projected to remain solvent through 2039 right now. One additional item that we're looking at is analyzing the contribution needed to incorporate the 20 new firefighters that were added through Fire Proposition 1. And these funds are going to be added via those Fire Prop 1 revenues. And that fire sinking fund includes PPE gear, disaster storage units, hoses, radios, fitness equipment, and body armor, among other items. Lastly, the IT sinking fund currently is projected to go negative in 2024, but returning to be positive in 2026. It's not going severely negative at all. So staff is pursuing funding options, either looking at excess funding in the computer replacement reserves or current CIP projects. And if City Council wanted to make a one-time contribution to that, it would be $100,000 to keep it solvent through 2039. We are planning on bringing a more specific update for you in November after we finish the analysis on the IT sinking fund. And IT sinking fund includes network server replacements, network infrastructure, phone systems, network security, copiers, and city GIS. Questions on the sinking funds?
Councilmember Curtis, I believe, had a question. Oops, you're muted.
I know, last meeting and I still blow the mute button, last virtual meeting. Thank you, Robbie. I have a question on the police sinking fund. If we decide to go with police body cameras, would those also be part of the police sinking fund, or would we fund them some other way?
I think it depends on the model adopted by the city for the body cameras. I know one of the proposals is sort of a all-encompassing cost that would essentially rent the body cameras, and that would cover the maintenance of those cameras as well. I think if the city were to purchase and own the cameras, it would be something to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving right along. One type of CIP update that we include is inflation-only adjustments. So these are adjustments that are only done to incorporate the current market conditions in the Seattle area. There's no significant project scope change or anything like that. There are 15 projects that received inflation-only adjustments in this CIP update, which you can see in the table here. We're not going to discuss these ones any further during this meeting unless council would like to, since there hasn't been any, like I said, scope change or substantial project difference with these ones. It's merely updating costs as market trends continue to change. Similarly to the revenue projections, when we bring back updates in November, the CIP group's going to work to make sure that these inflation-only adjustments are still accurate to the costs in our area. Okay, with that, we are going to hop into the specific project types. So like I said, I'm going to show on these slides all of the proposed changes. I will probably only talk about a couple of points per slide. If city council members have questions about any of the projects listed, they can hop in, or any projects that are not mentioned. These are typically broken up into a couple categories. So we'll be showing new projects first, followed by modified projects, followed by project updates that do not have a budget change yet, but is something that city council can expect to see coming up later in the year. I've also noted a number of these changes have already been approved by council early in the year, mostly via fiscal note, but also during the June adjustment. So in those instances, I've noted approved as well as a date. So I'll likely have a pretty light touch on those ones as well. So transportation, new projects, two big ones to highlight here. The 132nd Ave Northeast and Northeast 72nd Street intersection repairs. This was damage to an intersection caused by a driving accident. Projected initial estimate costs of $250,000. And second, 124th Ave Northeast sidewalk completion. This is an item that Councilmember Pascal asked about. This is to complete the sidewalks on 124th Ave Northeast. You can see in this map to the right, those red sections are the current areas where the sidewalk needs to be added. And the projected initial estimated cost of that are $280,000.
And just, if I may, because people do ask why these were not completed, is originally when we had the entire sidewalk project, there was scheduled to be development, redevelopment in these two areas, and that redevelopment would have been required to fill in those gaps. So subsequently, those projects didn't move forward, so that's why we have the gaps. We just didn't forget they were there.
Moving right along, transportation modified projects. So these are changes that City Council has not reviewed yet. I have a secondary slide, which is transportation changes that have been previously approved at a council meeting. Big one on here, Juanita Drive intersection and safety improvements. This is an increase for inflation, but also there's $1.98 million previously planned to be funded via debt that needs to be replaced. So per council direction, December of 2020, there was debt that was originally set aside for this project. it was moved to 124th Ave Northeast roadway to replace an unsecured TIB grant. And the plan at that time was to revisit this project during the CIP update to replace that repurposed revenue. So this is that proposal. We've been able to do that primarily with transportation impact fees, as well as a little bit of REIT. I think the only other one I want to touch on this slide, Juanita Drive and 79th Way Northeast, non-motorized. This was originally programmed with $650,000 in external revenue, which was unsecured. So we have currently moved this to the unfunded list. Per council request, staff's going to present options for funding this in the November update. So this would be an option to use some of those REIT or transportation impact fees in order to refund this project and do it in conjunction with the other Juanita Drive project. This is a list of the transportation projects that have been modified and previously approved by council. So as I said, these have all, I think all of these were done via fiscal note, except the last two, which were via the June adjustment. So primarily adding funding to projects or recognizing external funding. And lastly, some key updates on transportation. Again, this category signifies topics that will likely come up later in the year as we're working on the CIP update, but at this point, there's not enough specific information to provide a funding change or request. I'll start with the Q Jumps project. This is currently scheduled to be funded in 2023 to 2025. It has $2.5 million in secured external funding, but is currently budgeted as a $10 million project. That price is likely to go up as well. So just flagging this as one that's likely to be revisited again, but not during the CIP update process during building out of the next CIP next year. The other main project I wanted to highlight here, 100th Ave roadway improvements. We have $2.6 million in federal funding. This project's been on hold for several months now due to NEPA requirements around that. So the city's continuing to work on that to see if that will be an issue that'll be able to be resolved. If it is not, it would be an option for council to replace that federal funding with local funds to keep that project moving. Any questions or comments on the transportation projects?
Councilmember Nixon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, one thing I specifically looked for in here was a project for the replacement of the Kirkland Way Bridge on the CKC. And I didn't see it called out specifically as that, but I did see one for CKC crossings. Can we assume that the replacement of that Kirkland Way Bridge potentially in the future would be covered under that CKC crossings project?
We can confirm with Public Works staff and let you know that in the November update. But to see which projects were involved in the CKC crossings project overall.
And I happen to have had a conversation with Rod Steitzer about the CKC Crossings project, and Councilmember Curtis had asked about that as well, and I see Rod is here too. So when looking back, we believe that that project was basically to qualify crossings for impact fees as part of the CFP update in the past. So for example, the current ones that we did, like when we did the flashing beacons and the pervious pavement connections to the CKC crossings, by having that category, we were able to qualify it for impact fees. So it's not a specific project set aside for a specific crossing. It's a categorical one that allows it to qualify for grant funding. And I believe there might be a unfunded project to replace the railroad bridge as well. So Rod, maybe you can confirm that.
I believe that's the case as well. I'm going to double check that.
There is a project, and it's on the unfunded list, and it's listed as TRC 067 is the project number, and the title of it is Kirkland Way / CKC Bridge Abutment and Intersection Improvements.
For some reason, I completely missed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Robbie. This is exciting to see. You know, I think any one of us can drive or walk or bike throughout the city and see all the projects that are happening, that have recently been completed, that are under constructed. And it's exciting to see so many in the pipeline too that we're going to be working on. I'm particularly excited about the improvements coming soon to Juanita Drive. As a Finn Hill resident, we all know this is much needed. I was a little bummed to see the Juanita Drive and 79th Way Northeast sidewalk project that didn't get the funding from Commerce, but thank you so much for saying that staff's going to come back in November with some potential funding options for that. I think it just makes sense while we're already doing all those projects along Juanita Drive to get this done at the same time. So I'm look forward to having that conversation with council and looking at the options that that staff will bring back to us. Another piece of information that would be helpful for us to consider as we're considering that as well is, you know, how long is this sidewalk? What kind of gap is it filling? And what are the other gaps? I know we had discussed in a previous council meeting, just the kind of the pedestrian bicycle safety desert. I kind of feel like on an island up here in Finn Hill, right? There's really no safe way to get on or off the hill. And this is a really one potential exciting way that we could improve that. And so I'm curious to know, just to put into context this project with that greater goal in mind of having a safe pedestrian walkway on and off the hill potentially there. So that would be helpful context whenever staff comes back with potential funding recommendations. But thank you so much, Robbie.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a quick question about the 100th Avenue Northeast roadway improvement projects, and it might be a question for the city manager. But I think in the past, the council and the staff have talked about these potential delays associated with NEPA requirements and the review by the National Marine Fisheries Service. We're not the only jurisdiction in the Puget Sound region that's facing these delays. Some other jurisdictions maybe have more urgent projects than ours. I just wanted to quickly do a check-in with what we're seeing from our sister jurisdictions. Is anyone else out in front of this one and maybe deriving some kind of results that we can look at and plan for? So what are we seeing in this environment right now?
So I could give a quick overview, and then again, Rod can jump in with more details if necessary. So since the initial issues started being encountered, there's been a change of administration. There's also been a change of the staff positions at National Marine Fisheries that are reviewing the Washington projects. We're getting some indication that the new people coming in, now being aware of the scope of the problem, are trying to rethink it a little bit, but we haven't given any final decisions as to whether they would actually make a change. One of the things that we have talked about as the Kirkland staff is that we're putting ourselves on a timetable of really having a go, no-go to defederalize the program by the end of the year. So if we don't get some movement, and we have some cautious optimism that we will, then we'll come back to the council and talk about whether we need to defederalize. But I'm not aware of anyone else who's made it through yet. So Rod, maybe you can, if you have any intel on that.
Yeah. I think a lot of agencies that are going through this are really in the same position as we are right now. We haven't heard of anyone breaking through. We're kind of on the forefront here. We do have a meeting scheduled with WashDOT representatives on August 9th. And Public Works Director Julie Underwood will be able to attend that as well. And we'll also touch base with our consultants before and after that meeting. Make sure that we close the loop on those requirements. But the indications right now is just as City Manager said, some indications with the staff changing. They're looking for additional information, and they're going to let us know what those specific bits of information that they're looking for. More information on August 9th.
Okay, thank you for that update. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Robbie, George, and team in putting this together. There's a lot in this packet. One thing I noted was that on page 16 of our packet, we have a table off to the side that is non-motorized project placeholders, basically. And looks like a lot of these are things from the Safer School walk route list. And I'm just wondering on what the plan is to get those to formally unfunded in a way that they can be in our plan and are there for grant funding and other opportunities.
So I need George or Rod to help me answer
yeah,
that question.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for the, apologies, I'm looking for the table in the packet now.
It's on the far right on page 16.
Okay, I do know, thank you. I do know that in the capital group, we've had some positions, and Rob can speak to this in detail, the associate engineer positions that have been working on the city sidewalk program overall and coming up with not just re-estimates for some of the unfunded sidewalk projects that we do have, but also, like you say, kind of turning those into projects. It's something that we can bring an update on in November. And I don't know potentially if Rod has anything to say about quicker timing than that, but our plan would be to bring something forward in that November timeframe.
Yeah, that's right, George. So with the successful completion of the previous school walk route group of projects that we did, that was a great milestone. And so we started looking at crossing improvements and sidewalk gap improvements, of which we're completing. And with over 40 identified projects, prioritizing those, identifying costs, we've done that as well. And so now it's a matter of folding that into the proposed package. So.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Robbie, do you have more?
Yes, not on transportation, but I can move to the next group if everyone's ready.
Great.
Okay, water sewer updates, pretty brief. We'll just talk quickly about the modified project. There's an increased cost of about $1 million, and that is to a scope shift to move the pipe and main path into a better spot for maintenance and asset management in the future. Surface water, a couple of pre-approved things. So adding some external funding for the annual replacement of aging and failing infrastructure, and then adding funding to 132nd Square Park. The biggest change for the surface water was in the unfunded list. There were 14 new projects added. I have not listed those here due to the extensive nature of the list, but those are available to you in the memo. Parks projects, again, all of the top 4 bullet points or top 3 bullet points are ones that City Council has seen already. The rental houses, these used to be managed by a different company, are now being maintained by the city. So this is funding that was already set aside in the general fund, and for accounting purposes, we're just moving that funding over into the capital funds. A couple key project updates. The Lee Johnson Field artificial turf installation, we're pursuing federal funding for that of $6.4 million, which would likely need a city match of 20% if that was secured. And then on the marina docks, city staff right now is developing some estimates for a pre-design for this. So basically we'll come forward in November with some options for you on what it would cost to look at either repairing or replacing the marina docks as they're currently structured. And like I said, options for that will be ready for the November 3rd meeting.
Got a question from Councilmember Curtis for comment.
I will hold my question until we're done with parks. Thank you.
Great.
We are done with parks.
Councilmember Curtis.
I'm back. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Robbie. So I realized that in November, we're going to have a larger conversation about park CIP projects, but there's a couple things that are on my mind. So I want to share them with council so that we can be thinking about them. We've got a few things that are on my radar. One is off-leash dog areas, which is pushed out to 2024. I think that we know that this summer of our temporary off-leash dog areas were incredibly popular. And I'm sure that during that process, we learned many things about usage, size, expense, maintenance, and so forth. So I'm hoping that I'm always going to advocate for off-leash dog parks sooner. So I'm hoping that we can look at what we've learned, and perhaps instead of building large, complex off-leash dog parks, we can look at continuing our pop-up or doing temporary projects and moving them throughout the city. So I want to talk about that in November. I would love to talk about, well, we're doing the pros plan, and out of the pros plan, so much is going to come out of our increasing need for recreational space, our need for off-leash dog parks, so forth. So I'm anticipating that we should have another conversation about the aquatic center and needs for additional recreational space. And one more that I want to bring up is the Taylor Field Master Plan. And I'm cautious about bringing this up because I do not want the residents to feel like I'm saying that the siting decision is done and it's a fait accompli. It's not. There's still a lot of work to do, and now they just released looking at a Woodinville site. But if the site is picked at the Houghton Station, I think it's important that we have some idea and master plan of what we would like to happen in that area, because I do not want to miss an opportunity that the station is being sited and King County's ready to do some park modifications, but we don't know where we are and we're left holding the bag. So I think it's important that we talk about how to expedite the Taylor Field Master Plan when we look at parks priorities down the road. Thank you.
Public safety project changes. All of the changes to the public safety CIP were in relation to Fire Prop 1 and the related project changes that were adopted in March. So don't need to go into detail on these. It is a substantial amount of money. So in the final table, you'll see CIP changes by type of project. This one will probably jump out to you, but these are all related to the construction and the renovation of all the fire stations. For facilities, a couple ones to touch on here. For new projects, the PKCC roof and emergency generators, the city is pursuing $773,000 and external funding from that. That would be from legislative grants. We've also added a parking garage opportunity fund with a seed amount of $250,000, and that would be for future repairs or renovations of the parking garage, and also allow us to add this to the city's capital facilities plan. And lastly, for new projects, the Village Plaza of Kirkland, I think this was approved several meetings ago, but this is for the purchase of the 6-unit complex apartments to be used for affordable housing, transitional workforce housing, emergency housing, or some other purpose to be defined. Right now, we're planning on funding this with an interfund loan, likely from water sewer, and are working on a plan on how we're eventually going to repay that within the next 3 years. This table shows a summary of the changes by program. So in the left columns, you can see the current adopted CIP. The middle columns show this proposal, and the last column will show the changes. In terms of next steps, so we have the initial study session is today. We'll take any discussion or comments direction you've given us today and incorporate that into the next proposal. We'll also continue to monitor changes in revenues or project changes that are brought forward by our project engineers or CIP group. There'll be a revised CIP update presented on November 3rd to City Council, and final adoption for the CIP is scheduled for December 14th, which will be in conjunction with the 2021-2022 mid-biennial budget adjustments. That concludes the CIP update presentation. So I guess I'll open up for any further questions or comments.
Council, questions, concerns? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Robbie and George and Rod. That will take us to our next topic of discussion, which...
Madam Mayor,
where'd we go? I'll turn it over to City Manager.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Mayor. So our next topic is the Kirkland Avenue Lake Street improvements, sometimes referred to as the Kirkland Scramble Project. We have two things we hope to get to tonight. The first is to get council's feedback on whether or not the left turn lane should be repurposed as part of this project. And then secondly, to give you sort of an initial update on the potential urban projects, but we have a lot more work to do in terms of the maintenance and cost of the potential urban improvements. So we'll be coming back for final direction on that at a future council meeting, but hoping to touch base on those two things tonight. So Laura Drake, our project engineer, is going to make the presentation, and Rod Steitzer will also be available to help on that.
Great.
Laura, you're muted.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. I'm Laura Drake, and if you just give me one moment, I will share my screen with you. And we will chat about the Kirkland Avenue and Lake Street intersection project. Specifically, I wanted your input this evening regarding the potential repurposing of the northbound to eastbound right turn lane. So tonight I'll touch on our project background, including the current scope and budget. Then we'll get into the northbound right turn lane, and I will touch on the schedule. So this project was first identified in 2018 in the downtown pedestrian crossing study. And this project, this intersection is at the heart of downtown, and it's the location with the most pedestrian usage out of all of downtown. And the project identified several safety improvements. The first is a pedestrian scramble phase. So this means for every phase of the traffic cycle, traffic will receive an all red for all directions. So all vehicles will stop and pedestrians will be able to cross in all directions, including diagonal, all at once. The second feature is to add curb bulbs. So on all four corners where it's feasible, we're expanding the pedestrian space and reducing the area that's drivable. This has two benefits. For pedestrians, it provides more space for them, but it also allows us additional space for above ground facilities that we need to install as part of this project. To improve visibility, we're raising up the intersection. So drivers will go up 6 inches to an elevated intersection roadway. They'll go across and then go back down 6 inches. It'll be really similar to what we did on Park Lane, except the raised section will just be isolated to the intersection. And then finally, council did authorize additional scope and funding for improving infrastructure out there, specifically the traffic signal and stormwater facilities. And that's going to benefit the public by taking care of these aging facilities now with this project, as opposed to pushing them out and needing to disrupt the public again in the near future to correct those. With the replacement of the signal infrastructure, we are going to replace the signal cabinet. The location of the existing one is a bit awkward for pedestrian flow. And while we haven't identified the new location for the new signal cabinet, we are taking very close consideration at pedestrian flow. So we're minimizing any interference with the pedestrian flow and finding a great location that's going to work for everybody. This project is primarily funded with grants. So we have 1.5 million in total from grants, and with local funding of just over $1 million. Today, we have total funding at about $2.5 million. And then with the discussion that we're having with this potential repurposing of the northbound right turn lane, that does not actually change our budget for this project. So we're able to repurpose this right turn lane or to keep it how it is, both within budget. Last time I was here in May, the council asked about the importance of this right turn lane for northbound drivers. So this photo today I'm showing you is looking northbound, and we're highlighting that existing right turn lane for drivers heading eastbound. So the council asked if this could be repurposed and what the impacts would be. And we were able to determine that there are both benefits and some consequences of repurposing this lane. So if we were to repurpose this lane, It does reduce the crossing distances for people using that southeast corner because we'll be able to expand that corner out to expand the pedestrian area. And as I mentioned, it has the secondary benefit of more space for us to install any above ground features that we need to install, such as that replaced signal cabinet. And also, this corridor, Lake Street, was identified in the ITS plan as pedestrian prioritized. So repurposing this lane would stay true to that, that mode that we're prioritizing for this corridor. When we looked at the impacts, we looked just at this intersection. So specific to this intersection, we did see with the scramble phasing that we're already planning to install, we did see some changes to traffic flow. So for some times a day, we didn't see very much change at all, but we did see the most impact for northbound drivers in the afternoon peak travel period. So we're estimating by the year 2035, there could be an additional 34 seconds of delay. And again, that's just for northbound drivers in the afternoon peak period at this specific intersection. If we were to repurpose this northbound right turn lane, we're estimating by the year 2035, it would add an additional 8 seconds of delay. And then there are two quick things I did want to note for the council. The first is immediately south of this intersection, there's a development project that's in construction now. It's where the Hector's restaurant used to be. And as part of that project, they are adding a bulb at the existing alley entrance. So that effectively will shorten the right turn pocket as compared to what it was before that development. But we did take that into account with our analysis. And the second thing I did want to note is that this corridor along Lake Street does have some inefficiencies today, such as the uncontrolled crossings for pedestrians. So that's where pedestrians can grab a flag if they like and just cross the street, stopping traffic. And that does cause some inefficiencies for drivers using the entire corridor. But for this analysis, we just looked specifically at this intersection.
Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, what I haven't read in the packet or in the presentation is what would that right turn lane be used for south of this new bulb at the corner? Would it be additional on-street parking?
It could be. We would still want to take a closer look at that. With the amount of space we have, we could only fit in 1 to 2 additional parking stalls. And that
Okay.
is because of the curb bulb that's being added at the development to the south.
Yeah, I'd be real interested in what it could be used for and whether it would make sense to just expand the sidewalk all the way out to cover that lane for its entire length, or because just to have it be wider pavement wouldn't seem to make a whole lot of sense.
Yes, absolutely. That is definitely something that we could look at with our design. We do want to try and keep those existing trees that are there, but I think if we were to expand the curb lane out the whole way as you're describing, we could still maintain those trees. We could add urban features such as a bench or bicycle racks. We could just open it up to pedestrian flow. Those are all options.
Laura, can I ask a question? Have you done analysis of the impact of eliminating the right turn southbound lane is going to have on traffic flow through the intersection?
For repurposing, the southbound right turn lane?
Correct.
That was included in the analysis, yes. And we're not seeing, for what we're doing to southbound traffic, we're not seeing as significant of an impact.
But there will be an impact because there will no longer be a free right turn.
I think yes. So what we're looking at primarily, the change we're seeing is for that direction of traffic is specific to the implementation of the pedestrian scramble phase. So the right turn lane change, not as significant of an impact.
Okay, you weren't downtown this weekend. I guess the concern that I have, and I'll express this on behalf of a lot of folks downtown, is that by eliminating that right turn lane, we also eliminate the ability of cars to get around cars that are left turning. Cars that are left turning will also be impacted by the number of additional cars who can't take the free right ahead of them, right? Or the other lane that we're eliminating. So I guess I strongly do not support the elimination of that right turn lane. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Laura, are you done? Are you ready for our feedback on this lane?
Yes, I would love it.
Okay. Well, I apologize, Madam Mayor, but I am in favor of removing this right turn lane. It was interesting last night at National Night Out, 2 separate picnics, I ran into someone who had been hit by a car in a crosswalk. And we are creating a pedestrian destination in our downtown core. We are encouraging people to come downtown and walk and shop and so forth. So I do feel like creating more room for pedestrians is a benefit. I'm curious, Laura, I hear the mayor on her concerns about left turn. If we create a protected left, both north and south bound, would that help move traffic along?
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question. However, I can assure you that whatever decision council makes tonight, we will take it into consideration as we finalize the signal phasing.
Okay.
Such as the suggestion you had.
Okay. I lost my other thought. I also suspect that this increase in length of time for cars to wait at this intersection is primarily in the summer, right? It's not quite an issue in the winter time, or is this 34 seconds just any time of the year?
Oh, we do see seasonal variations in our traffic flow. Yeah. That is true.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I feel like this intersection is about pedestrian mobility. And if you need to get through downtown Kirkland quickly, this is not the way that you would go. So I support removing the right turn lane. Thank you.
Councilmember Blatt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think there's certainly the possibility that non-transportation engineers could get a lot wrong in monkeying around with an intersection. So in that spirit, I kind of feel like I should be in a do no harm kind of mode when it comes to the changes, and I certainly should be listening to our transportation experts and engineers on this. When it comes to that right turn lane, I'm in the northbound right turn lane. I'm in the let's do no harm mindset. I don't think the 2 parking spots that we would gain are worth it, and I feel that the real key to creating a pedestrian safe space is the building of the scramble itself, and we can do that while still having that right turn lane. And there will be during the actual cycle where pedestrians are allowed to go in all directions. I'm assuming, actually, maybe that's a question, Laura. When there is a pedestrian, during the cycle, when the pedestrians are allowed to scramble, that right turn lane would be no right turn on a red?
Yes, that is our plan for this intersection, that there would be no turning movements during the pedestrian phase.
Okay, then I think I'm back where I was just a few seconds ago, which is that the real key here to pedestrian safety is the building of the scramble itself and creating that all direction pedestrian flow. And during that, right turns would not be allowed. So I feel that in the do no harm sort of mindset, I just as soon keep that right turn lane and allow and not do any extra, and not have any additional negative impact on the traffic flow through there.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with Councilmember Black that the main benefit that we're talking about with pedestrian safety is the scramble itself. The indication you have with the raised pavement, the pedestrian movement phase that is not have a conflict with the right turn vehicles, and we're going to see some significant benefit from that. I do like the option presented in the memo that said all of the stormwater and utility work could happen that would allow a change in the future. The thing that I'd be interested in is preserving the right turn lane now, but doing the work so that in the future, if we chose to do the curb and sidewalk work to eliminate the right turn lane, we'd have that option without having to redo a lot of the infrastructure beneath the street that is part of this project. So I'm in favor of that third option.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, coming into tonight, I have to say I'm really torn on this one. This is not an easy choice. Aren't easy choices here to give input on, because I think that there are really good arguments both in favor of keeping and eliminating the right turn pocket. I share Councilor Black's concern. I had the same question about no turning on red. I'm not as trusting of drivers to obey a no turn on red because we see that happen quite frequently. So I am concerned about pedestrian safety during a pedestrian scramble, having a dedicated right turn lane. But I also am intrigued by Deputy Mayor's comments about, leaving it for now, seeing how it goes, but having that in our mind to track that, and then potentially removing the right turn lane in the future. I do have a question about the, in the memo, it was mentioned that part of the project is replacing the ADA ramps. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding kind of how this works, right? So I think, Laura, you explained it pretty well, which is kind of how I envisioned it. The drivers are going to be approaching the intersection, are going to be raised up a little bit. It's going to be raised. Is that to the same level as the sidewalk before they're then lowered back down? And if so, I'm confused as to why we would be replacing ramps. Wouldn't it be removing the ramps and then adding perhaps like those yellow rumble strips there to let folks know that the intersection, that they're approaching the intersection? Is that correct? Was that just a typo, or will there be some sort of ramps here and I'm just not visualizing it?
No, you have it absolutely correct. Even though in my mind, I still think of them as curb ramps, they actually don't ramp down at all. It'll be the same level as the roadway surface because the roadway is coming up to the sidewalk level. We do need to do some specific treatments, like along Park Lane, we have those, the bumpy textured strips that just let people know that they're entering a drivable area. But no, it's not going to be a true ramp.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm going to take a risk of synthesizing it. It appears that a majority is keep the right turn lane for now, but take the actions necessary to preserve the option to repurpose it later. So Councilmember Nixon didn't really opine. He just asked some questions. So,
Councilmember Nixon?
Yeah, I was basically asking if we closed it, what would we use it for? Because I think that enters into the equation, the cost benefit analysis of closing it. It doesn't sound as though there would necessarily be a really compelling additional benefit, from adding more on-street parking or something like that. And so listening to everybody else, I think I'm inclined to agree with the mayor that the ability to bypass people who are waiting to turn left might be a deciding factor for me.
Mr. Starbird.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. Laura Drake, we're hearing interest in preserving our option for the future to install the bulb and close the right turn lane. Do you have any preliminary observations about what would be entailed to accomplish that?
Yes, thank you for asking that. That's a fantastic question. So when designing this corner, we can make every effort to set our facilities such that we could repurpose this lane at a later date. However, I do want to make sure the council is aware that there is some level of rework that would need to take place. For example, when we set catch basin locations, that's always to catch water as it flows down the gutter. So there is a level of storm work that would most likely need to be modified. Additionally, we can design the intersection so that when we come to replace it, we're replacing a minimal area, but there is some amount that would need to take place. And at this time, I am not able to quantify that just because our design isn't progressed far enough yet. But that is something that we could continue to look at as we design.
Councilmember Falcone.
Councilmember Falcone, did you?
I have a question related to that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Laura, as kind of a follow-up to that, do we have any flexibility where if you come back during the design and tell us, listen, council, it's going to cost an astronomical amount of money if we want to do this in the future, right? Like it's now or never kind of thing. Do we still have the opportunity? Because that may change my opinion, right? If it's something that's so expensive that it's insurmountable, I may reconsider and want to remove the turn lane during this project. Is that something that we have the opportunity to do as the design moves along and we have a better idea of what that cost would be to redo some of that work and to do it later as opposed to just wrapping it into the project now?
I am happy to return to council further into design with a more precise number. If council at that time were to elect to repurpose the lane, it would cause a delay in completing the design of the project. That's not to say it couldn't be done, but that would just be a consequence of making that decision later in the design process.
Thank you. I think it'd be helpful to have that check-in because I think we're just not sure what that's going to look like. And I don't think we'd take that decision lightly, right, to delay a project unless we really thought it was worth it. But if we feel like it's just going to be insurmountable to be able to ever make this change in the future, I think I would like to have the opportunity to re-examine that decision. Thank you.
Okay. Laura, do you have what you need?
Do.
Okay, because you're on board for the Juanita Drive multimodal improvements.
See, Councilmember Curtis.
Sorry, Councilmember Curtis.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I thought Laura was I was holding my further comments because I thought Laura was gonna go into the design considerations. So if you'll indulge me for a second. One of the reasons that I wanted to remove the right turn lane is I see this as a very visual pedestrian plaza intersection. And in the design considerations, Laura had talked about fencing the planter box and so forth. What I don't see in the design considerations is the potential for additional trees at this intersection. And if we remove the right turn lane, we can add more trees in that area. So that was one of my interests. In Laura's proposal for design considerations, there's $80,000 set aside to fence the existing planter bed. I would make the recommendation that we could use that $80,000 to do much more cohesive and impactful design to the entire intersection. I would suggest that we remove that planter bed. And again, when Councilmember Nixon asked what would we do with this extra space, I would add trees and planter boxes and benches and things like that. So again, that this feels like a place, that this feels like an intersection that people are going to spend time in, spend their money in, and move forward. So So Laura, that's my feedback on the design considerations, is I would like to see a cohesive, low maintenance landscape design and not necessarily spend the $80,000 to protect that existing planting beds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I do plan on coming back in September to talk in more detail about the urban design options.
Okay, Laura, you want to start off in your final project?
Sure. Just real quick, sorry, I should have told you. For our schedule, we are anticipating completing our design at the end of this year. Our permits are still pending, but if we're able to stay on track with those, we will be in construction next year. Thank you.
City Manager, did you want to do an introduction or?
Sure, just briefly, as Laura, I think, is shifting presentation. So this is a check-in on the Juanita Drive multimodal improvements, and this is possible connections along Big Fin Hill Park across the creek. And so we're looking for council feedback on the 4 options that we have for you tonight. To answer any questions and get your direction. So, once again, here's Laura.
Good evening again. Yes, as Mr. City Manager said, I'm here to talk to you about the Northeast 132nd Street connection for the Juanita Drive project. Oh, and these are photos of the existing connection as it is today. On the left, there's a photo of Denny Creek, which is at the bottom of a steep ravine. And the photo on the right is an existing footpath in a flatter section. So I will talk to you about the project background. Then we'll get into the connection options and finally next steps. In 2014, the Juanita Corridor Study identified 33 improvements for Juanita Drive. This was after an exhaustive outreach effort that was very comprehensive. We were able to complete 11 of these improvements in 2019 with the Juanita Quick Wins project. And there's 7 more that are slated to be completed with the multimodal intersection and safety project. That one's currently in design. And then I took a look at the what the study called NM5. So that's the connection along 132nd Street. Today, between Juanita Drive and 72nd Avenue, we have a 30-foot wide section of right-of-way that today is used by some members of the public as a trail connection, but it's not maintained. And so we did look at 4 options for what we could do with this segment. For all our options, we focused on the section between 76th Avenue and Juanita Drive. And that's because that's the section that's the most difficult to traverse today. As I mentioned, there's Denny Creek, which runs pretty close to Juanita Drive. It's very steep as you approach the creek and then come back up. So we looked primarily at that section for the 4 options, which are the recreational hiking trail with a bridge, the ADA compliant pedestrian path, which also includes a bridge, the human powered gondola for a ravine crossing, and then finally a pedestrian and emergency vehicle access, which also includes a bridge. For all 4 options, we do recommend an enhanced crossing at Juanita Drive. So the trail connection would be to the west of Juanita Drive, or all of these options are to the west of Juanita Drive. With the project that's currently in design, we are planning improvements to add new and better sidewalks on the east side of Juanita Drive. So this enhanced crosswalk would add flashing beacons for pedestrians crossing Juanita Drive to access those new sidewalk facilities on the east side. Our first option is the recreational hiking trail with a bridge. It includes overlapping timber steps as you go up and down the steep ravine. There's a log stringer bridge, which is a pretty simple bridge over Denny Creek. The trail would be at least 18 inches wide in all locations, which is consistent with trail guidelines. To install this, we'll need to have some grading and vegetation removal. Really, we're primarily talking about blackberry removal. We do not anticipate any tree removal with this option. As with all of the options, we would include an enhanced crossing at Juanita Drive, and then we would install signage throughout. This option has several benefits, including the lowest cost out of all 4 of the options. It would be the fastest to implement. That's because the design is the most simple, and also we expect the least amount of environmental permits to construct this. As I mentioned, we don't anticipate tree removals. And when you look at it all together, it would be the lowest ongoing maintenance. The drawback here is that this would be a recreational trail and it would not be geared to serve people of all ages and abilities. So specifically, it would not meet the ADA compliance guidelines. The second option we looked at is an ADA compliant pedestrian path with a bridge. It would be a 5-foot wide paved pathway, which would include switchbacks. And on the right, I have included a small photo of an example of ADA compliant switchbacks. So for this option, it would be similar to that, except we're going down quite a steep ravine, so it would be even more switchbacks than what's shown in this image. To get over the bridge, we would have a concrete decked pedestrian bridge. And then to install everything, we would include grading and vegetation removal. And unfortunately for this option, that does mean tree removals. Consistent with the other options, we will enhance a crossing at Juanita Drive and install signage throughout. The benefits for this option is that it's ADA compliant, and for the pathway portions, those are all going to be paved with concrete or asphalt. So that's pretty limited maintenance just on the pathway portion. The drawbacks here is that it's a higher cost. It's nearly $4 million estimated at this time. And that's just to get you from Juanita Drive to 76th Avenue. If council were to select this option, and if the council were interested in extending it all the way to 72nd Avenue further west, it would need an increase in cost. This option does require franchise utility location. That's because today there's existing wood utility poles with overhead utilities. And to install these within our 30-foot right-of-way, we would need those poles to shift around. Really, for us, that just means additional coordination is required, and it would add time to the project. As I did mention, this option includes tree removals. At this time, we're anticipating at least 14 would need to be removed, and there is not space to add in additional trees, at least not within this portion of our right-of-way. And then finally, with the amount of impervious surface that we would need to add, it would require stormwater vaults. And as I mentioned, we're really trying to fit in a lot of facility in a small space. And there is potential that where we do have space to install those new stormwater vaults, it might not be at the most ideal locations for maintenance accessibility. So it could be a little bit more work for maintenance to maintain those vaults as opposed to vaults installed in more optimal locations. The third option we looked at is certainly the most creative. It's a human-powered gondola. So for this option, it would be pretty similar to option 1 in that leading up to the ravine over Denny Creek, we would have a trail connection, minimum 18 inches wide. And then instead of having a bridge or stairs to go down, we would have a human-powered gondola. So really what that means is that a person would get into the gondola and then they would need to use their arms and upper body strength to pull themselves and the gondola carriage across. It does require grading and vegetation removal, but at this time we haven't identified any trees that would need to be removed, but we would need to take a closer look at that if the council were to select this option. Consistent with the other options, we would install an enhanced crossing at Juanita Drive and signage throughout. This option would certainly be a unique feature for Kirkland and does have a relatively low cost when compared to the other options. However, the city doesn't have a facility like this, so the ongoing maintenance costs are something that I would need to take a closer look at. It would be most likely that the city might choose to have a contractor maintain the gondola for the first several years until our city staff are trained up on how to properly maintain it. Additionally, there are some liability concerns. So if the council were to vote for this option, I would coordinate closely with the city attorney's office to work out all of those issues and make sure that we're protected as much as possible. And then finally, this is not compliant with the ADA guidelines, not only because of the trail that would lead up to it, but also because you do need upper body strength to pull yourself across on the gondola. The last option we looked at is a pedestrian and emergency vehicle pathway with a bridge. And I know this section is not currently in the adopted connections map, but we did want to take a look at that as an option. For this option, it would be a 12-foot wide paved roadway with retractable bollards that would prevent any vehicle from using the connection so that only emergency vehicles could retract the bollards and use the connection. It would include a concrete decked vehicle bridge. The pedestrians will also be able to use the bridge. And then with the grading and vegetation removal that would be required, we're estimating at least 13 trees would need to be removed. And then again, same with the other options, we would install an enhanced crossing at Juanita Drive and signage throughout. This option would be ADA compliant, we say to the maximum extent feasible. That means that because this needs to be traversable for like an aid car, we can't install the switchbacks like we saw in option 2. So while it would meet ADA compliance guidelines technically, the running slope for like people going along would be a bit steeper than what's preferred. But it would provide emergency vehicle access through this area. It does have the highest cost out of all of the options. And as noted in the memo, we don't yet have a precise number for a construction estimate. And that's just because there's a significant amount of geotechnical engineering and structural engineering that we need to do to further refine a cost. So if the council were interested in this option, I recommend allowing $300,000 to further the design so we can come back with a precise cost estimate. And that's not to say that we would come back with a bid ready set. We would just be able to get all of those big engineering questions refined down so we would have a more accurate cost estimate for the council. Similar to the second option, we are looking at franchise utility relocation, which really just means time for coordination. We are looking at tree removals. And again, because of the limited space for fitting in all of these improvements, it could mean that the surface water vaults that we anticipate needing to add, those might end up in locations that aren't as accessible as we prefer in the city.
Is that your last slide, Laura?
Just the next steps. So if the council were to choose an option today, I would return to council with a fiscal note for the preferred option. And then if it was one of the first 3 options, we would progress the design to a bid ready set, come back for award of contract. If the council chose the 4th option and allowed us additional funds to progress the design, we would return with a more refined cost estimate. And regardless of council's decisions today to pursue one of these options or to pursue none, we will be doing continuous outreach efforts because we do have that ongoing Juanita Drive multimodal intersection and safety project.
Thank you, Laura. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm very interested in seeing what the impact would be on response times for fire and medical if this bridge were built. I I think I've seen a number of 30 seconds or something like that improvement, but I haven't seen an actual map that shows how much of the area would be inside our standard response time before and after the bridge is built. Has anyone asked Fire or GIS to produce such a map?
We have not recently. We have done it in the past, so I think we could find one fairly quickly, but obviously not tonight.
Yeah. So, I mean, the key factor for me is, would it make a difference? If the response time is going to be below the standard, meaning fast enough, both before and after, then it doesn't seem like a good use of money. If it's going to be above the standard, both before and after, then it doesn't seem like a good use of money, right? If it's actually going to make a difference in saving people's lives, then it might be worth the money. But I'm not sure that I have that data available yet to make the decision. Other than that, amongst the other choices, I would go for option one, just because I think it's something we can do quickly. It's the least impactful. It meets the need of giving kids a quick route to school. The others, I feel, as much as I support accessibility and making it possible for people with disabilities to use any of our public facilities, I just don't know how many people would actually use those relatively steep switchbacks and whether they would be, again, worth the investment for the number of people who would use it, considering the relatively few number of homes that would be served. So I would like to get the data on the difference that the bridge would make in emergency response times, but my inclination is to go with option one.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also in support of moving forward on option one. It provides a safe way for people to get through this area. It is a steep ravine. I think we have a responsibility to put the stairs in there so they can navigate easily. I also support ADA accessibility, but I have to believe the $4 million could be used in better ways throughout the city and make a more significant impact for more people. Love the gondola. I can just imagine young people, maybe I was one of those young people that would try to break it as it's in the ravine. So I'm for option one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I have similar questions to Councilmember Nixon. I feel like there's some data I'd want to know about how used any of these options would potentially be, right? I don't know that I have enough information to know that, more school children would walk to school if we did option one, because $650,000 isn't nothing. I mean, relatively speaking, it's less money than the other options that are presented. But that like section of sidewalk along Juanita Drive that we were talking about earlier this evening also coincidentally is $650,000. And I already, we know that section of sidewalk would be heavily used and is ADA compliant and all of those things. So I'd be more interested in knowing, is it worth the money of prioritizing that over doing nothing, right? And similarly, how many homes would really be impacted here? I know we've heard from a lot of the folks who live right there. Are there other people on the west side of Juanita Drive who might potentially use this connection too? And if so, how many? If it reached a critical mass, this might be potentially a spot that I can see would bubble up to wanting to have ADA compliant with switchbacks, right? But I just don't feel like I have enough information on how used it would be. And without that information, my inclination is to choose, option 5, perhaps, of doing nothing, right? Because I do know other places in the city where we could use the $650,000 or other money to really make a difference and make an impact that would be both ADA accessible and would help along school walk routes and would do other things. So, and also hearing from the folks who live right there. Thank you to everyone who's, over the past couple years, I remember being in lots of meetings when I was on the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance Board, hearing from my neighbors here in Finn Hill. I think that's the most well-attended Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance meetings I've ever attended, at least in my time here in Finn Hill, hearing about these connections. I remember hearing their concerns then, and also all the communication we've gotten from them. It seems like, my sense is the folks who live right there prefer nothing, but that they're okay with option one because they really don't want the other options, right? So I'm just not sure that I see enough of the strong need or community support for having something there. That's not to say it's not there. I just don't feel like I have enough data or information to know how well this would be used. And this is coming from someone like, I started getting involved in local government because I care about school walk route safety. So school walk routes are hugely important to me. I absolutely see if this is a strongly demonstrated need and that we know that, X number of children are likely to use this, and not just the few homes that are right there, who some of the children are already, the able-bodied children and their family members already able to get across here and do it. I'm just not sure that it's worth the investment. So I'm not a definite no on it. It's more, I would really like to see more data on who would use and how many people would use each of these different options before prioritizing any of these projects over others in the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I came into tonight's meeting definitely feeling that the right solution was the pedestrian, the recreational trail and the pedestrian bridge, the timber bridge. And I think I still feel that way, although I will admit I was making the assumption that there was a substantial number of school-age children that would be able to get to school more quickly and more readily with this path and bridge than previously. I do appreciate Councilmember Nixon's question about the response times, the emergency response times. I came into this meeting just believing that was just such a wildly expensive solution that it almost certainly couldn't. The cost benefit analysis almost certainly could not weigh in favor of spending that amount of money. Councilmember Nixon mentioned 30 seconds. It doesn't really surprise me, right? I mean, if you look at that pocket, the 76th Avenue pocket, it only serves a fairly small area, and it's only a small distance up Juanita Drive to the main the main collector into that whole residential area. So it wouldn't surprise me if when we do get the data, if it shows a 30-second improvement, but probably a 30-second improvement only to a percentage of that pocket of homes along that 72nd Avenue area. So with that, I mean, I'll definitely be interested in seeing the data, but I have a feeling I know where that's going to come out. And so that eliminates, for me, at least preliminarily, eliminates that as a viable use of our limited resources. And so I'm really back to the bridge, the hiking trail, and hoping that it is really meaningful for either school children now or school children in the future to find a short, safe way to school.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
One thing I would note is, as we're looking at usage on this trail, the fact that the trail exists, people are using it, but I wouldn't expect that we would see a lot of usage of people walking to school on this route, given that the crossing across Juanita Drive, those improvements aren't there yet. And I think that's a big part of the safety of this project, its value. Secondly, when we're looking at option 4 and the questions around the emergency response, a great deal of that discussion happened during the connections map with the community. And we received very strong feedback against that and continue to go do so. And in fact, as a council, made the decision to remove that from the connections map. And so therefore, I'm in support of option 1.
Thank you. Great discussion, Council. Thank you very much. I too am in support of option 1. Laura, do you have what you need?
Yes, thank you. And I will coordinate with Mr. City Manager to follow up on those questions you asked.
Excellent. Thanks very much. With that, we can adjourn until we return to our regular scheduled meeting at 7:30. Thank you.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on the 2021-2026 Capital Improvement Program preliminary update, a discussion on Kirkland Avenue Lake Street improvements for the northbound to eastbound turn, and on Juanita Drive multimodal improvements for northeast 32nd Street connections. This takes us to item number 5, communication, which takes us to items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or telephone for Northeast 120. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments on both sides of any issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch this City Council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. City Manager, do we have anybody interested in addressing us tonight?
Hey, thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, if anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand. Right now we have one person, Tram, and then followed by Lori Klein.
Great. And then Dana? Okay, we'll start with Tram. Welcome, Tram. Can you give us your full name?
Yes, hi, Tran Larson, TRAN-LARSON. Good evening. Like I said, my name is Tram. I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the Housing Justice Project. So I'm calling tonight to encourage this council to move forward with the proposed ordinance that was provided for permanent renter protections. We're currently analyzing data right now at HJP from the eviction moratorium, and Kirkland has now unfortunately entered in the top 10 cities with the most eviction filings, which was not the case in 2019. Passing renter protections can stop this from becoming a trend in Kirkland. And as I'm sure you know, King County Council passed a strong tenant protections package at the end of June that we would encourage this council to build off of. And Kirkland could be the first in East King County to protect their renters in the same way as well, instead of just relying on state protections, which we know falls short. And local jurisdictions can do better and should do better, as they are there to serve their local communities. We know that you'll receive pushback from the landlord lobby, who will threaten to flee the market because tenant protections prevent them from providing housing, but that's simply not true. Aside from individual hypothetical statements from landlords, there's absolutely no data to back up that claim. Tenant protections do not prevent landlords from providing housing. They prevent tenants from becoming homeless. And at HJP, we know that there has been an eviction crisis long before the pandemic. And if we're serious about stopping the spread of the virus and saving lives, housing at the end of the day is the cure. Evictions are traumatic and they're violent, and they have impacted Black, Indigenous, the LGBTQ+, and immigrants and other communities of color the most, who have also been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic as well. Housing is a social justice issue, and it is without a doubt a racial justice issue. So we strongly support Kirkland leading the way and setting a great example for the East Side cities to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings up Lori Klein.
We have Dana and Patricia Allen, the next two speakers.
And now you can hear me.
Lori, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I was under the understanding that I could talk for more than 3 minutes if it
No, I'm afraid
was,
not.
okay. Well, I'd like to take this time to talk to you a little bit about the issue of illegal speeding, street racing, and modified mufflers. I moved to South Kirkland in May 2019, and since then I've seen an uptick in these behaviors. So I'd like to share that with you, as well as comments from other community members, and I'd like to bring to your attention what other cities have done to respond to the same issue. My first 2 summers in Kirkland were busy and noisy, but nothing like's happened in this year. In 2001, the illegal speeding, racing, and noise occurs most days at all hours of the day. On the evening of May 9th, there was a sound study done by Ivers Kirkland. During the 60 minutes of the study, there were 919 vehicle occurrences that exceeded the allowable nighttime decibel limits. The sheer number of occurrences was staggering and validated my feeling that I was living along the Lake Washington Speedway. Due to many complaints of the community, there's been an increase in police presence, but the problem still exists. Keep in mind that a lot of these drivers play cat and mouse. When there are officers in the area, they go elsewhere and the noise and speeding dies down. However, as soon as the police leave, the cars return and the illegal activities pick up. I've asked community members on Nextdoor to share their experiences online so I can share them with you. In the essence of time, I've abbreviated their comments. From Houghton, for the last few months, just about every other night, I'm awoken by racing cars or motorcycles. This morning around 2 a.m., there must have been at least 3 or 4 on going well beyond 90 miles an hour on 405. This evening about 6 p.m. across Heritage Park, 2 cars lined up, floored it, racing. One was in the lane of oncoming traffic. Moss Bay, the noise and excessive speed on the street next to our house has been upsetting and frustrating. There's been 1 car that had a modified muffler to make extremely loud noises. They've been driving through the neighborhood at the oddest hours, including 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., waking me up every time. I've been living here for 5 or 6 years, and the amount of speeding and noise has definitely been more consistent. Brickyard, they start around 10 or 11 p.m. They race up and down the street until 10. They seem to have free reign of the streets. These crazy cars killed my dog coming up the hill. They were so fast. I love living here, but the speed is killing us, and it's day and night all the time. South Kirkland, it's been getting worse each year to the point where now I'm unable to use my patio that opens to Lake Street. Downtown Kirkland, most nights feel like I live at the Indy 500.
Lori,
Juanita, the noise.
Look, I'm going to have to cut you off, but I think we get a good idea of what you're sharing with us.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings up Dana. Dana, are you with us? Dana, will you please share your last name?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Dana Capella. I'm here talking on behalf of Overlake Farm, which is right on Kirkland's south border in the Bridle Trails location. I'm talking about the Bridle View Estates Drainage Evaluation Project number 16300. This is currently on an unfunded project list, and I'm asking that we move towards getting it funded. I'm also asking that we do more than just study the drainage, but I'm hoping that we can take action sometime in the near future. This is something that has been, well, from Overlake Farm's perspective, we have been flooded for a number of years, at least over 10, that I personally have been trying to work on this with the city of Kirkland. My family has been working on it longer than that. Overlake Farm is a family farm, 4 generations. My grandparents got it back in the 40s. We did not flood from 1940 until the Bridle Trail Shopping Center was built in 1980. When that was built, there was some discussions between Bridle View Estates and King County, who owned, who had the jurisdiction at the time. And it was settled or negotiated to purchase Snyder's Corner as a detention pond. And that was simply because the Bridle Trail Shopping Center's stormwater vault was insufficient. And fast forward 40 years and the stormwater detention was never maintained, and infill of houses and suddenly, well, not suddenly, but that stormwater detention pond no longer is effective. So I have been dealing with this for about 10 years, personally, in the sense that I'm out there trying to mitigate storage areas, vehicle areas, housing. I'm stuffing bags with straws. I can kayak down the river that comes through our property. It is literally 20 to 30 feet wide and 1.5 to 2 feet in places. It undermines our roadways. I've spent numerous amounts of money on gravel for roadway, and every single year, about 5 to 7 times a year, we've been flooded. Times 10 years, that's about 60 times. And so that's why I'm really pleading for the city to actually take action on this. Please take this project and fund it, get it off the funded list.
Dana, I'm going to have to cut you off.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank you for addressing us tonight.
Thank you.
This brings up Patricia Allen.
And Dan Wheeler is our final speaker who's raised their hand to speak.
Am I here?
You are here, Patricia.
Oh, excellent.
Welcome.
Excellent. So my name's Patricia Allen. I'm actually a resident of the Bridle View neighborhood that Dana was just talking about. I'm relatively new here. I've only been here about 2 years. However, I lived a long time in Kirkland and also at the neighboring equestrian area, Silver Spurs, for a long time. I had not seen flooding, but when I bought the house, the neighbors would always say, oh, yes, we have drainage problems. And I didn't really know what that meant till this last winter when I couldn't believe what I was seeing. After the rainfall, the drains were full and there was water coming out of the drains, not going into the drains. So that was a bit of a shock. There's no shortage of drains and ditches around this neighborhood. However, topography wins, and they're not set up to take this much water. I think originally when they were put in maybe in the 60s, they thought, oh, well, it's quite a large area and it'll drain away. And it does after a few days. But however, in the meantime, my pasture is flooded. The trail along the side, the King County Trail is flooded. The ditches are overflowing. We have a community swimming pool here that is inches away from disaster. And so I'm thinking that there's more water coming into our area than is actually from our area. And yes, indeed, it's because of the drainage pond on Snyder's Corner, which is so small for the amount of water we're getting. And we're so lucky to have Snyder's Corner because quite often I see, I think it's Kirkland or King County, practicing with the backhoes and all the equipment, maintenance crews out there, actually doing what we're asking them to do, is dig a bigger hole, basically. Of course, I'm not a scientist and this needs a study, maybe we need a different shaped hole. So I'm really asking you, along with a lot of my neighbors, I've been collecting signatures. There was a letter gone out yesterday to some, I believe, your staff members, asking for this study to be made so that we can get the water out of our neighborhood. I'm here talk about sort of concrete bunkers and what have you, but vaults, but we obviously don't need one. We have a wonderful drainage situation, but it just needs to be brought up to date. Thanks.
Thank you, Patricia. That brings up Dan Wheeler. Welcome, Dan. You are still on mute.
How about now?
There we go.
Great, thank you. So this is Dan Wheeler. I've been a Kirkland resident for about 20 years. Live in the Juanita area near the high school. And I just want to spend a few minutes talking about vehicles, noise pollution, and the importance of quiet cities, just to expand on what Lori was saying. A peaceful and quiet city is a lovable city where people want to live. We know that the growth in our area shows no sign of slowing anytime soon. Population projections for the United States means that all over the countries, Seattle's will need to become Chicago's, Bellevue's become Seattle's, Kirkland's Bellevue's, Duval's Kirkland's. So it goes. All we can do is manage that growth. But peace and quiet is kind of a human need, and we're running out of quiet places for people to escape to. So we need, cities must be comfortable and desirable places to live so we can continue to grow up, not out into few quiet places we have left. We need to start giving people reasons to push out further and further to get away from each other. We have to protect our wild, natural, and rural spaces by encouraging this inevitable growth to happen within our cities and urban growth areas. So a few of us are here today to ask for help in making our city even more peaceful and quiet. We live in what has become a population-dense city. With density comes anonymity, meaning when you live in a city of almost 100,000 people, there's more strangers than there are neighbors. If you lived here 50 to 75 years ago or in a small town today, you'd be more likely to know who's who in your town. You might know that kid with the 72 Camaro and ridiculously loud straight pipe exhaust, or you might know his parents. And that familiarity alone might be enough to discourage someone from behaving badly. But in a high density, anonymous society, there's fewer social consequences for disruptive behavior. The individualistic mindset that says, it's just me making this noise just this one time, doesn't work when you live within earshot of 1,000 people, or worse yet, a busy road. In the age of Amazon next day delivery, cheap imported bolt-on mufflers, and YouTube instructional videos, the bar has never been lower to enter the world of performance exhaust. It's become incredibly common. And while the primary driver for performance exhaust may lead back to a purpose-built track car, the reality is that the sport tends to trickle down into the thousands of daily drivers, commuter cars, and grocery getters whose noise permeates their neighborhoods, coming from all directions day and night. It's great to have such clean air that we were able to do with the emissions checks in Washington State, but as a result, we've seen an explosion in modified exhaust systems. Those emission stations we used to dread going to were preventing people from doing whatever they want to their cars. At the convergence of high population density, anonymity, motorsports enthusiasm, cheap parts, and shared online automotive knowledge, we now find the places we live to sound more like racetracks and airports than neighborhoods. So what do? We ask for help because we can't do it alone. The problem's too big and there are too many offenders. Our only option is to rely on large-scale law enforcement to keep the peace. And when the police aren't empowered to deal with nonviolent crimes like these, those with the means to do so throw up their arms in frustration, buy a piece of land in the woods, cut down all the trees, kick out all the wild animals, and build a new house to get away from the noise. Those without the means to move tough it out and are forced to deal with the damaging mental and physical side effects caused by long-term exposure to noise pollution. They may not even know it's affecting them. There's lots of research around how persistently elevated levels of cortisol and other stress hormones in the bloodstream.
Dan, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Okay.
If you want to share your comments with us by email, please feel free to do so.
Okay, will do. Thank you. Thanks for listening. And I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Toby Nixon and Police Chief Harris for their support and advocacy so far.
Thank you very much. Okay, that is all I see on the list. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to declare this items from the audience period closed. That takes us to item number 7. special presentation. We'll start with the COVID-19 updates. City Manager.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. The brief COVID updates are of two main events. As we know, nationally and even internationally, the Delta variant of the coronavirus continues to spread. The CDC and State Public Health and King County Public Health have all made strong recommendations that people mask up indoors, which is you're seeing the city of Kirkland is complying with that. So we opened our city hall and our other facilities back to the public on Monday, August 2nd, and we've done so with an indoor mask requirement. So just for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, all visitors to City Hall are required to wear masks whether or not they're vaccinated, and so are all the staff when they're inside the facility. So we're going to continue to monitor whether further directives come from the state or from the county, and we'll obviously comply with any of those. We're also continuing to work with our staff to encourage vaccinations and to keep the messaging for the whole community that get vaccinated if you can. The best thing people can still do to help themselves and their family and their loved ones is to get vaccinated. So happy to answer any questions on that, but that's the status today, is monitoring and mask mandates.
Seeing none.
Okay. So the next update is the 5434 update. And we had meant to have Shannon Kelly Ray come and give a quick overview. We've actually, working with her, think that's better timed for September. And so I want to just give a quick update of some of the behind the scenes work that's coming. It's underway now, and the council will start to see the fruits of this labor at the September and October meetings. So first, the equity gap analysis and report is being written this month. It will be coming to the council as draft form for discussion at one of the September meetings. So Shannon and the city manager staff, David Welbrick, and Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez have been working on that. They've had several meetings about that this week, and the final product is taking shape and will be coming to the council soon in September. We also have legislation that will be coming to the council for discussion on our procurement updates, consistent with our 5434. We've been working with our stakeholders, Luis Navarro and Ollie Garrett. They've been looking at our last drafts. We should hopefully have something to be transmitted to the council, again, at one of the September meetings. We're also finalizing the job descriptions for our community responders. The last piece of work that needs to be done there, we actually have the draft job descriptions, but we're working through them with our union partners. And as soon as we have cleared all that with the various union partners, ASME and the IFF, we hope to start to see those positions posted soon. So we may have the community responder supervisor position posted as soon as next week, and we hope to have the other community responders done as soon as possible, but maybe in September. So lots happening behind the scenes. You're also going to get a major update as you received in May on all things R5434, but probably in October, the October timeframe. And we'll have sort of a comprehensive report of 5434 measures at that time. So happy to answer questions on what I reported on, or if council has any other questions about their other elements of 5434, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Council? I think that takes you right into the R5434 update if you have anything additional to add.
Yeah, so that was, I'm sorry, I did with a poor introduction was that part of my presentation. So I will add one other major update. I know the city council has all received an update from Chief Harris, but just I think for the members of the public as well who are watching. As we all know, there was considerable work done in the state legislature in this arena of social justice and police accountability. Several very important and complex pieces of state legislation passed that changed police policy throughout the state. I just want to assure the public that the Kirkland Police Department is fully compliant with all those new requirements. Those were required to go in place by July 26th of basically last week. And so Chief Harris and our command staff spent all the month of July updating city policy and training all of our police department on the very latest policies. Council received a fairly detailed update on what that implies, and we'll also be posting a similar update to our website so that all members of the public can understand the changes that came through state law. But again, the key takeaway here is that the city of Kirkland is fully compliant with all those new requirements. And in fact, in most cases, there are things that we already did, or in some cases, we even exceed the state requirements already. So we're in shape for responding to the state mandates. So happy to answer any questions on that as well.
Council? Well done. Okay, that takes us to item number 8, the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to give us the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $5,012,382.69 and bills in the amount of $2,431,929.87.
Excellent. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Motion is by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Discussion. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to make a note, as part of the consent calendar, the legislative work group will be shifting what has previously been the priority coalition agenda to the support agenda. These were things that were important to the council, but things that we weren't leading on. And that dynamic, while we influenced the legislation, proved very challenging for staff. And the support agenda is more correctly reflects what we're able to do. And I think we'll still be able to provide information to council and the public on key bills. I think we'll have some sort of hot list that we discuss key bills with the council, but I wanted to note that we will still be working on these issues, just doing it in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that, for highlighting that, Deputy Mayor Arnold. I completely agree with that recommendation. I just, thinking back to when I first joined council and when there was a lot of discussion from the public around what was on our support agenda. And I remember city staff doing a really great job explaining to those community members what that really meant. And I learned that at the same time too. I remember, having a, just misperceiving really what was meant by a support agenda. So I just encourage us to kind of look at the language that we use there and perhaps finding a different phrase for what we call the support agenda, still using it in the same way. But I think it's confusing to the public what that means. That, I think it sounds like it's secondary or not as these issues are not as important to city council. And I think I don't have language to propose, but I just want to encourage us to consider just rebranding what that's called. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar, moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This takes us to our business agenda. Item A, the 2021-2022 budget adjustment and ordinance 4764. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the action ordinance that follows the study session discussion that you had earlier. And here to give you the presentation, and we're seeking final action, is our Financial Planning Manager, George Dugdale.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. So we have a relatively short presentation for you on some mid-year budget adjustments. Oh, I should share my screen before I start. Let me just. Okay, let's start again. Is that better?
Yeah.
We'll see. Great. Thank you. So as I started saying, we have a relatively short presentation for you on some mid-year budget adjustments and the addition of some FTE positions. We have 9 slides that walk you through the specifics of the changes. Before I start, I'll just say that no matter how many screens you seem to have, PowerPoint in presentation mode takes over them all. So if I'm slow to react to anyone having a question, feel free to interrupt me. There will also be time for questions at the end. So before we get into this adjustment set, I want to remind Council where we are in the budget cycle, where the future opportunities to update the budget come. Obviously, right now we're in August 2021, and we've just had this year 2 sets of mid-year adjustments, the first being the largest operating capital adjustments. This second set, as City Manager said, as part of our ongoing CIP efforts to kind of get everything in line with Munis, to get everything pointing forwards as we look towards the 23-28 CIP. The next budget adjustment set, the mid-buy, will be when we adopt CAP changes and with the largest budget set in the cycle. So in this ordinance, as the city manager mentioned earlier, this adjustment set is the action portion of the CIP update you saw earlier. The majority of the adjustments recognize the starting fund balances in the capital funds. This is a technical adjustment which essentially reflects changes between the projected actuals from June and the December 31 actuals financial reports. There are also two other actions that are part of this set. The first is the conversion of 11 LTE, that's limited term or temporary positions in planning and building, to FTE positions, that's full-time ongoing positions. And there's also one net new addition of one FTE in the finance and administration department. So looking at the resources forward in the CIP fund, the key thing to say here, as I have briefly said before, is this is a technical adjustment. It does not reflect any changes in project budgets. Those have either been approved through fiscal note by council or reapproved in December. This adjustment essentially recognizes the difference between what we projected we would spend through the end of the year and what we did spend through the end of the year. So without burying council in all the details of our financial system, the differences shown above represent those differences. So for example, if staff are projected in June, we would spend $500,000 of a $1 million project. But if we actually spent $750,000, it would show as a reduction of $250,000 in fund balance. However, it could well indicate that we're actually further along with the project. And as I say, the key detail is that the project itself would not be changed as they go across years. The final thing I'll say on this slide is, as noted, the utility funds, which rely far less heavily on external funding, have almost all of their variability on the expense side. So that's the difference between projected expenses and actual expenses. Whereas the general capital funds have variability in both the revenue and the expenses, particularly for grant revenues, where the billing cycles can be hard to predict when that money will arrive. So then I'll look at these both as two sets in separate slides, but just an overview of the total position changes. So as a reminder, the city manager has the ability to approve one-time and limited term positions, but council approval is required for the addition of FTE positions. And these are adopted as a whole at the start of the budget cycle. We have 12 positions in this adjustment set, 11 of which are the conversion of existing LTE positions in planning and building, and one of which is the creation of a new position in finance and administration. I will start with the finance and administration position, which is the purchasing agent. So the finance department is requesting the addition of a purchasing agent position. Some of the key responsibilities are listed on the slide, and it's worth noting that this position is also a key cog in the success of the CIP, given the volume and the dollar amount of purchasing that division has. This is a set of responsibilities that we have always had. There has always been somebody with the purchasing agent responsibility for the city. But it was previously, in recent years, have been combined with the financial operations manager position, which also oversaw a range of functions within the department. As you can see there, utility billing, cemetery, business licensing. With the growth and responsibilities for both of these two positions, the roles now need to be split into two different positions. We are hiring a new financial operations manager as we speak, and this new position would be creating the FTE authority for the purchasing. The final element here is the conversion of 11 positions within the planning and building department. The director of planning and building is also here to answer any questions on the specifics of the positions. But I can say from the overall perspective, from the overall city perspective, that attracting and retaining staff into LTE positions has become more challenging in recent years. And this formed part of the council's discussion at the May retreat. And so this move represents a significant step in retaining employees we've already had. From a historical perspective, these positions were added after the Great Recession. Most of these LTEs in both planning, building, and some in public works, which were actually previously approved in the June 15th council member. So these positions in development services, which are feedbacks, were previously added in the Great Recession in recognition of how volatile development revenues could be. However, development has continued to grow almost constantly for around a decade. And while it could turn again, attracting and retaining staff in recent years has become our central issue. The final slide here, other than next steps, is just as the table we always show you, which is an adjustment of what this on the dollar side, what this would actually do. So it's an overall negative appropriation adjustment of just under $4.5 million to the non-operating funds, and then some adjustments to the capital fund as well. So next steps, staff recommends approving the ordinance 4764. The next scheduled adjustment is the mid-biennial budget adjustments in December 2021, and any council questions.
Thank you, George. Council discussion. Councilmember Falcone.
Madam Mayor, and thank you, George. I fully support changing these LTE positions to FTE. In fact, reading this memo really sparked something in my mind that's been in the back of my mind since approving the most recent budget, and that is that our new community responder positions are currently LTE positions. And as the city manager just mentioned in the R5434 update, we're going to be looking to fill those positions soon. And looking at one of the slides you presented, one of the bullet points of the benefits of FTE is that it's more challenging to both recruit and retain LTE positions. And as we know, these community responder positions are something that cities are going to be competing for, as we're not the only city in America currently moving towards this model. And so we need to do everything we can to try to recruit the best folks that we can. And my understanding is that staff is going to bring to council early next year a proposal with perhaps considering additional positions in city staff to change from LTE to FTE. But I really think I encourage us to look at those community responder positions as soon as possible and consider converting those to FTE, so that when we're out recruiting for those community responder positions, that we're able to recruit the best and brightest, and that we don't have folks who are looking at our job description and seeing it as a temporary position. That could turn some folks away, and we may not get the best possible folks for that. So I'd really like staff to come back to us as soon as possible with options for how we can convert those positions additionally. Is that something, I don't know if it's George or city manager, is that something that's doable before we put out these positions? What would be the best way for us to explore that option?
I want to respond to that. So it really is sort of a policy choice for the city council. So we could easily bring back a conversion, to the next council meeting. It's definitely worth thinking about. Just a couple thoughts. So there are more LTE positions in the budget. And as I've had a chance to talk with some of you, including Councilmember Falcone, the goal is to eliminate this category entirely eventually, right? So because as we've been calling these ongoing one-time positions that have been in place for years, what I've tried to do as a city manager and working with the finance department is we'd like to show you that there's a sustainable funding source behind each of them before you make them permanent and ongoing. And so we're able to do that with the capital projects because the capital projects are fully funded. And this current batch that you see before you are funded with primarily development services fees. So we know we have dedicated funding sources. The general fund positions like the community responders, we don't yet have the ability to tell you, here is our ongoing sustained funding. So if we were to come back in September, which we easily could, and say we want to convert these to ongoing, the council can do that, but we still would have to do the budget work to show you eventually that these are sustained funding. But I know that sustained funding is a priority for the council. It's certainly a priority for me. So we expect to have that. It's just probably wouldn't be ready by September to tell you how these would be ongoing. So the council could take the action, and then there would sort of be budget discussion to follow. But each of these positions is fully funded for 21 and 22.
I think it'd be worth it to at least have that conversation, and we can decide then if my fellow council members agree.
So we'll bring that back in September for that discussion.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Could I get a motion to approve ordinance 4764?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt ordinance 4764, amending the biennial budget for 2021-2022. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes. Okay, ordinance 4764, amending the biennial budget. Moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, is approved unanimously. Thank you. That takes us to item number 2, or B, rental protections and rental assistance program updates. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have sort of two updates for you tonight. One is to talk to you about our potential Kirkland rental assistance program and get council feedback. And the second is to check in with you on additional rental protections and a potential community outreach program and get council direction on that as well. And here to walk you through both of those topics is our Human Services Supervisor, Leslie Miller.
Welcome, Leslie.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I've actually brought along one of my new colleagues, Jen Boone, who's one of our new Human Services coordinators. Together, we have 21 slides this evening. We're looking to share some information about proposed Kirkland Rental Assistance Program, looking for questions and any feedback you have, and then also looking for guidance about whether you would like to consider additional tenant protections. First, rental assistance. A quick reminder of the main source of assistance that folks in Kirkland have to access, and that's through the King County Eviction and Rental Assistance Program, known as EPRAP. There's 3 buckets, 3 ways of getting assistance. This spring, there was a landlord application, which has closed. 58 properties in Kirkland were deemed eligible for this. There's also the individual tenant pool. And then there's a third alternative, a hub and spoke model that was created to serve traditionally marginalized communities who had a difficult time accessing the tenant pool during the first EPRAP cycle. Main 2 items of eligibility is that you must have an income at or below 50% of the area median income, and your income loss must be due to the pandemic. Identified community needs that we had, and we now have had over 70 unduplicated inquiries through our housing help program, and with over 130,000 in rental debt. That has kind of shown where the two major gaps that we have with the King County program is that there is no assistance for those with an income above 50% of the area median income. And secondly, there is no assistance for those who are struggling long-term due to lack of affordable housing. So the desired outcomes of the Kirkland rental assistance program is both to minimize evictions and in some cases make sure that a positive tenant history is intact for those who need to move on to another housing opportunity. So we're hearing from folks who have gotten back on their feet and so they can pay their rent moving forward, but they don't have the capacity to also make up for the debt. So by providing assistance to them, they would be able to stay in their current housing. And as I just mentioned, there are folks who have not gotten back up on their feet and they know long-term that they can't afford to rent. And so paying off their debt when they're still there allows them to then leave and be able to find a place without that rental debt. It could also be a leverage point to negotiate perhaps a lease ending earlier so they can leave to find more appropriate housing, and then the landlord could find someone who could better afford their rent. And third, because this has been such a constant theme that we're hearing about folks who are low income, 60% or below AMI, but who are cost burden. And so that means they are paying 40, 50, 60, even 70% of their income on rent. And this leaves them in a state of chronic stress. This could be because they're seniors on a fixed income or folks with disability. It could also be someone who's working full time Jen spoke with a mother who has a 5-year-old, and she knows she has a good job, but she's below 60% AMI, and she knows that there's no way for her to get a better job nor find a cheaper apartment. And so what might there be opportunities if we have funds that are not needed for the immediate COVID to be able to provide a shallow rent subsidy that would decrease stress and allow for more stable housing? So fund number 1 that would serve households with up to 60% of AMI would come from the 1406. This is the Substitute House Bill 1406. And so funding from that tax revenue source started coming in 2020, so just over $120,000. And then in 2021, we are on target to get the maximum amount that the city is allowed to get, which is just over $210,000. So that's just over $500,000. And just as a reminder, that households up to 60% of income means if you're a single person, you can earn up to $48,600, and then a 2-person family up to $55,560. Fund number 2 would be serving those who are 60% to 100% of area median income. We recommend a priority for households that are 80% and below. This would be using up to $250,000 of the City of Kirkland Local Fiscal Recovery ARPA funds, with a note that, of course, we only know so much about community need at this point in time, and so if that need is greater than the resources that are set aside at this point in time, we would return with options for utilizing other sources such as the Human Services Reserve or Council Contingency or additional ARPA funds. And again, just to give you a sense of where the AMI is for folks up to 100%, that would be a single person up to $81,000. And this is why there are definitely fewer cases of the 80 to 100%, but want to provide that flexibility as we are trying to minimize evictions. Okay, just take a moment to see if there are any questions, and looking forward to receiving any feedback you have for us.
Council? Discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Leslie, for the briefing and the information in the memo. And the memo talks about these programs going through July 2023. For the Part 1 program funded by 1406, I understand the interest in doing that because that goes beyond COVID. For the Part 2, is that COVID specific or COVID targeted? And do we anticipate that program dispersing the money well before 2023?
Yes. So the 60, and thank you, that was something I did not highlight in my presentation. So the 60 to 100% would be COVID targeted, and so we would expect those dollars to get out over a much quicker period of time as we were trying to stabilize folks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay.
Okay. I am going to turn it over to Jen Boone to discuss potential tenant protections.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. I'm here tonight to seek guidance on the additional tenant protections. So just to start off, a lot of these were brought from the Housing Justice Project recommendations to build off the protections that were passed in the legislative session, both in 2020 as well as 2021. So what I'm going to do is go through each of the protections, talk about what the current law is, and then what the potential expansion and build upon the existing law. So the first one is really around expanding the notification period for rent increases. Currently, rent control is not in place at the state. It never has been. And right now, landlords are required to provide a 60-day written notice for an increase in rent. There is no limit on the percentage that can be increased. So one of the things that we are looking at is potentially expanding that notification period. So that could be anywhere from 90 days to 180 days. And what that allows tenants to do is a couple of things. They could reach out to their landlord and see, have a conversation and say, hey, this is not something that, we're really not able to do. We're already maybe at that cost burden threshold. Would you consider lowering it? It also gives them the opportunity to save more and put more money into potentially an emergency savings fund in case something comes up in the future. It also gives them more time to seek an alternative housing option if that increase makes it so that's not a financially sustainable option for their household anymore. So we're not looking at any sort of limitation on, rent increases. We're simply looking at giving tenants more time to see if the rent increase is acceptable for their income threshold. The next two are really looking at fees that tenants experience. So effective in June of 2020, there was a change at the state level that allows tenants to request an installment plan when moving into a new unit. So they have up to 3 months, and the landlord does have to agree to this, to pay off the moving costs that are often associated with moving into a new unit. So a lot of the times when a renter and household is moving into a new unit, there's several costs associated with that. That can include a security deposit, first month's rent, last month's rent, screening fees, and then potentially a cleaning fee. Normally, a deposit is equivalent to about a month's worth of rent. So if we look at the city of Kirkland right now, an average one-bedroom apartment is about $2,000 a month. So when you look at first, last month's rent, security deposit, and other fees, you're looking at about $5,000 to move into a unit, which is a substantial amount of money to offer upfront, especially for those who maybe need more subsidized housing, so below that 60%, or potentially in workforce housing. So being able to cap these moving costs really increases access for those who maybe are on a more limited income. The other thing to consider is if they're moving from a previous rental situation, oftentimes they don't have the security deposit back from their other unit, and landlords have 21 days from the end of that lease to provide that money back. So this really increases access for those who, are in between that 50 to 60, maybe even 60 to 100, depending on their cost burden. The second fee that we looked at is allowing tenants to experience less late fees. So right now, state law allows tenants to be charged $20 or up to 20% of their monthly rent for rent that is not met by that fifth of the first month, or the fifth day of the month. And being able to cap late fees at either $10 or $20 and potentially removing the percentage requirement removes an additional financial stress, again, for households that are at a lower income threshold. We know that most of the time when folks are not paying rent, that it is most likely financial related. So imposing a significant late fee just creates more housing instability and financial stress on that household. However, we do recognize that there should be an incentive to pay rent on time, and recognizing that, there should be a consequence. And so we do support a small fee to encourage tenants to pay if they're able to on time. So the next one that we looked at was around flexible rent due dates. Right now, current state law does allow tenants who are receiving government assistance as their primary income to request a change in the rent due date. And that's, really supporting those who maybe receive their subsidy or their assistance after the 5th of the month. And it goes back to really trying to address avoiding late fees for tenants who potentially are already experiencing a lot of financial stress or cost burden in their household. We would like to consider allowing more flexible rent due dates for all tenants, recognizing that folks are paid at different times of the month. Some folks are paid weekly, others monthly, and being able to have more flexibility and find an agreed upon date between the landlord and the tenant encourages rent is paid on time, as well as avoiding late fees. The next one is around signatory requirements. So currently under state law, all adults living in a household must sign and agree to the terms of the lease. This really looks at focusing on having a primary signatory who's able to sign and agree to the terms and responsibilities of the lease, while not requiring additional folks that requires additional administrative burden, stress, and potential consent issues when it comes to children or folks with disabilities. So right now, if there's a child that ages into adulthood while living in an apartment with their parents or guardian, they would be required to sign onto the lease at 18. So we'd like to potentially consider removing that requirement, given that you already have a primary signatory for the record for the lease. And then the last one is around social security number requirements. Currently, property owners can require a social security number as part of the pre-screening process. A social security number does not necessarily indicate a household's ability to pay rent. If anything, it could be used as a form of discrimination for someone who is able to pay, is a good renter, and yet is not able to access certain housing opportunities. And by removing this requirement, it would increase the access to housing for residents who maybe don't have a social security number or don't know what their social security number is, and being able to increase that access and opportunity to seek housing. So in addition to the protections, if following your guidance, what the proposed community engagement process would look like, this would take over the span of the next couple months. We would start with a town hall community meeting where we would bring the various stakeholders together. So landlords, tenants, different legal groups, as well as advocacy groups, Housing Justice Project, Eastside Legal Assistance Program, folks who are doing community outreach like Promotores. And we would bring everyone together to get a baseline of input. From there, we would conduct individual as well as group interviews and key focus groups to kind of dig into the themes that we extracted from the community meeting. While those are happening, we would use that information as well as gather the information we've received through the housing helpline that resulted from the mailer being sent out the end of June. We'd also work with neighboring cities to receive input, as well as King County Council. King County Council passed several of these protections the end of June of this year for unincorporated King County. So being able to get input on that, as well as human services providers throughout the East Side that support Kirkland residents. So we would take that information and report out to council, and then recommend holding a public hearing to ensure that we have community input as a final opportunity before moving forward. So I will pause there to see if there's any questions, and then if council is still interested in exploring additional tenant protection legislation with the community.
Okay, council discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
Very much, Madam Mayor. So just to go back to the rental assistance program, I do want to emphasize that I definitely support moving forward with the rental assistance program and passing through all the dedicated funds that we're receiving. I do not support further interfering in the relationship between housing providers and residents by imposing expanded regulations. This is especially true with such things as mandatory extreme notice periods for rent increases, limits on deposits or limits on late fees. I oppose all of those. I think every housing provider should provide flexibility on rent due dates, but they should be willing to do that voluntarily without a mandate. I also think housing providers should not require people to sign a lease who can't provide consent or aren't financially responsible for paying the lease. However, it must be possible for a housing provider to ensure that every resident is aware of the rules and is committed to obeying the rules. No housing provider should be forced to allow their property to be occupied by people who have not agreed to obey the rules. I support not requiring people to provide social security numbers when that's not necessary. However, the city should not interfere with the ability for housing providers to perform credit checks or criminal background checks. If prohibiting asking for social security numbers means housing providers wouldn't be able to do such checks, then I would be opposed. I must say that I strongly object to the very one-sided presentation we received this evening, which contained only information from tenant advocates and nothing from advocates for housing providers. If we do a community engagement process, we must reach out to housing providers, not just tenants and tenant advocates. There was no mention of this in the presentation. Madam Mayor, I insist that the city reach out to the Rental Housing Association and the Washington Multifamily Housing Association and invite them to participate. It should not fall to individual council members to make such invitations as it has in the past. We should also do outreach to every person in the city who holds a business license as a long-term rental housing provider. We received many complaints for our failure to reach out to housing providers when we were considering the eviction moratorium. They were surprised by our action. And you know, Madam Mayor, I have committed to no surprises. We must do better. If we fail to include housing providers in this discussion, then the entire process will be one-sided and a foregone conclusion. This country enjoys the prosperity we do because of free market capitalism. We either believe in our economic system or we do not. I strongly oppose continuing further down the socialist path of government excessively regulating housing, inserting itself in every aspect of the business to the point where it is effectively a public takeover of private property. We will drive out more and more housing providers from Kirkland, especially single-family investors. We are going to significantly reduce the rental housing stock. But we will make it much less likely that new multifamily development will occur. We will solidify Kirkland's position as an enclave for wealthy homeowners and make it more difficult for workers to afford housing here. We should just stop doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Gotta take a breath after that. So we're talking about people. This isn't talking about should we remove a right turn lane. We're talking about people and how to keep people housed. And this is these are emotional, difficult conversations for all of us because we all want people to have a home. I do not want to move forward with these additional protections at this time. And I have two reasons for doing that. One is I agree with Councilmember Nixon that there needs to be a completely robust process where we are bringing every voice to the table. And as mentioned in the earlier part of the presentation, we have a lot on our plate right now just providing rental assistance to keep people housed. And I want to focus on that work first before we do a long, important, expensive heavy staff burden time of doing the outreach. So that's my first reason for not moving forward. My second reason for not moving forward is that rental protections need to be statewide. You shouldn't be safer as a renter in Kirkland than you are in Redmond. The legislature this year worked really hard on ESHB 1236. It's not perfect, but I would like that bill to have time to move forward, for landlords to respond, and for implementation. I do think that many of the additional rental tenant protections that we're talking about are reasonable and should be implemented, but I would like the legislature to do that. As a member of the legislative work group, I feel that our job is to continue our conversation and our dialogue with the legislatures and tell them what our tenants need. So at this time, I am recommending that we do not move forward with additional tenant protections, that we focus on the tenant protections that are in place, and that we provide rental assistance to those that live in Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Leslie and Jen. I echo some of Councilmember Nixon's comments that I really appreciate all of the work that's gone into the rental assistance program, particularly targeting the gap. I remember last year us having a discussion around setting aside funds because we really want to, take a look at what gaps there were going into this year. And thank you so much, staff, for really identifying that gap of funding over the 50%, and then even with some of the funding coming through over the 60% AMI, and really making sure we're targeting that to really meet the needs of Kirkland renters. Because as we know, Kirkland is really expensive. And so the 50 or 60% AMI is really not going to capture everyone that has this need. So thank you so much for your really thoughtful work to really help address that specific gap. And I appreciate the flexibility that you have in there to come back to council with requests for more funding as well, not knowing how great that need is, right, until we actually get into it. So thank you. I really appreciate that thoughtfulness. I actually wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Nixon that we need to include the housing providers in this conversation. I think that we need to include all the stakeholders and various perspectives and have a really robust public engagement process. So it will be no surprise that I do want to move forward with exploring these options. I feel that right now, even before the pandemic, we know that there was a huge affordable housing crisis here on the east side, here in Kirkland specifically as well. And that's not gotten better. We have the work that we're doing now for COVID response, but that doesn't mean that the existing and in fact exacerbated underlying issue is getting any better. Housing costs have continued to increase during the pandemic. So not only do we have folks who we've talked about with some of the COVID relief programs who have lost income or had additional expenses due to COVID, but just for the average person who doesn't have those struggles as well, affordability has decreased in the city of Kirkland. So I don't want us to lose that momentum. I think that, the COVID relief funds are a Band-Aid for now, but we still have a huge underlying issue that we need to address. I do agree with Councilmember Curtis that I would love to see these protections statewide, and I encourage us and urge us to have a really strong legislative agenda this year to really push our legislators to do more and to do better and to fill some of these gaps so that they are statewide. But I really feel that we need to be prepared in case they don't, because we already saw this past session that they did some great work, but the work isn't done yet. And so although I do want to move forward, if the consensus isn't that we move forward now, I would like us to not forget about this and continue to move forward in the future, even if the majority does not agree to move forward now. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I didn't get my name in the chat in time. And I could tell you were going to move on without me. I just wanted to mainly echo a lot of what Councilmember Curtis said. I think she and I are probably of very similar mind on these things, and it won't come as a big surprise that I do want the legislature to take a close look at, to continue its work really in examining the equal access to justice between tenants and housing providers. I do think that's an important area of policy analysis that has been undertaken in Olympia over the last couple sessions, and I hope that continues. And I hope that we in the city of Kirkland, as Councilmember Curtis mentioned, the legislative work group will be playing an energetic and active role in encouraging that discussion and that dialogue, including dialogue and discussion with stakeholders, to strike the right balance between the rights and the responsibilities, equal access to justice. And of course, in the meantime, really appreciate the work of the Parks and Community Services staff and the city manager's office that is tackling the emergency that we have now and making these proposals for spending the relief dollars that we reserved just for this purpose. As Councilmember Falcone correctly mentioned, this was the whole purpose of reserving these funds, was to find where our lane was and where we could have a meaningful impact without duplicating other programs. And I think that's what the staff is proposing. So I'm certainly a big supporter of that. And I think I'll stop there. I might not have said everything exactly the way Councilmember Curtis said it, but I basically, I think she and I are of the similar mind on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to separate the actions we would take as part of an emergency response to COVID under a deadline of eviction moratorium that I'm willing to act quickly on, compared to ongoing policy. The staff memo outlines a community engagement process needed for that kind of building of policy to determine Kirkland's specific needs, to consider feedback from a variety of stakeholders, and even to build policy within the context of our overall affordable housing work. That's significant work. And when I think about what our communications staff and our and as a city council, we're going to be working on, we have big discussions coming up for school resource officers, for police body-worn cameras, for the 85th Station area plan, and the beginnings of our 2041, our Kirkland 2041 update, like the pros plan and other planning documents, and would not bump any of that scheduled work for this. We've seen actions by the state for stronger tenant protections, only enacted just July. Between those protections taking effect and seeing how well they do from the county and the Kirkland rental assistance programs we just discussed, which I strongly support, and the overall impact of pandemic recovery does not support taking action at this time and would want to defer. So therefore, I support Councilmember Curtis's proposal that we defer on this and potentially look at it as part of our legislative support agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for your comments. I too support and applaud the emergency procedures that were outlined today, and I fully support moving forward with them. However, I do not believe that we should move forward with landlord-tenant protections. I feel that moving forward with these additional protections is premature and somewhat presumptive of the outcomes of the legislation that has been put in place already. I truly believe that this has to be enacted at a state level. City by city, it makes absolutely no sense to me. And I believe that the state is doing the right thing and that they will fill the gaps where they've missed them. So with that, I believe, Leslie, you should have what you need.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, both of you. Jan, it's nice to meet you. This is a great, important body of work, and I am so proud of how resilient we have demonstrated ourselves to be and caring. Leslie, you know I can't commend you enough for the work that you have done throughout these last 18 months. So keep it up, ladies, and you too, Lynn, and we will move on and talk about this again later.
Thank you very much.
That will take us to item number 10, reports, the City Council, regional and committee reports. Councilmember Black, you are first up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So really, just one larger item to discuss. I did want to report back to my council members on the meeting of the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee that I attended. I guess it was on Thursday, July 29th. There was a really interesting presentation at that meeting that I wanted to, I actually did share this with city manager and with our council leadership in the form of deputy mayor and the mayor, a presentation by a human services organization in primarily in Seattle, but also in Burien, that is called Co-Lead, and they have a program called Just Care. And it's really, I won't go into all the detail. If anyone wants further detail of how Just Care operates, I'm happy to forward you the information I received. And I could also provide you with a link to their website. But suffice it to say that they take a very caring approach to addressing encampments of those who've lost their housing in the neighborhoods and cities where they operate, and allowing everybody to move forward with dignity, really getting to know residents and helping them to find the wraparound services and the permanent housing that they need in a very caring and in a way that really allows everyone to move forward with dignity. It's not so much that I necessarily think that we are in a position today in the city of Kirkland to partner with this organization, but I couldn't help but think as I was listening to the presentation how useful it might be and how synergistic it might be to have one or two members of that organization perhaps liaise with some of our first responders and our other professionals who are doing some of the same work in our community where we do have encampments. We will probably never be able to take as robust an approach as Just Care does, but there might be some really important learnings from the work that they do that some of our first responders and our professionals could learn from. I just think if there's just when people are all working on the same problem together, let's get them together and share learnings. So I did share that with. I just want the rest of my council members know I did share that general recommendation and some of that information with council leadership and the city manager, and I'm happy to share more with anyone if you ask for it. So that's sort of the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee report. I did provide everyone with my usual reports on Eastside Transportation Partnership meeting and with the RIA 8 Salmon Recovery Council. I'll let some of my other council members talk about some of the wonderful community activities we did since our last meeting, including the Totem Lake Park groundbreaking, but that was wonderful. I'm sure the mayor will have some comments about Summerfest, and I'll let her talk about that, but it was a pleasure to volunteer for that all weekend long. Actually, it was quite a long but very fun weekend. I don't know how many of us, it was unclear how many of us were able to attend as observers only of the virtual town hall meeting with the Eastside Chiefs of Police, where our own Chief Harris was on the panel. But all I'll say really about that is it's, the dialogue continues. It's great that that our Eastside police commands are so engaged and engaging and discuss and having these robust discussions in the community about the issues of policing in the future. And I'll let one of my other council members too also talk about the reopening of City Hall, but that was also a wonderful celebration to join in. And with that, Mayor, I will wrap up.
Thank you, council member. Council member Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wow, Councilor Block, you touched on some really important issues and also some really fun community events. I'll add to that last night's National Night Out block parties were a huge success. It was so fun to see neighbors getting together. Some neighbors that you can tell have been old friends for 20 plus years whose kids have grown up together, and some neighbors who are just meeting for the first time. And really that's what this is all about, is community building, getting to know our first responders, getting to know one another. I was able to attend Mayor Sweet's block party, and I have to say they are a great example of Map Your Neighborhood. It was very impressive, all of the organization there with your neighbors, but also there were some new neighbors that joined that party as well. So I think that was really a great way to connect with folks, not only for fun, but really just to build those important connections that are really crucial in times of disaster that can strike. So I really appreciated that. Thank you so much to KPD for the amazing rides that you gave us all to them. I have to say, my kids thought I was a pretty cool mom last night, riding up in a police car. They were thinking that I should have been in the back of the car, but alas, I wasn't. I got to ride up front. But that was a lot of fun, and thank you so much to the fire department as well. I know I saw so many kids at each of the parties who were just thrilled to see the ladder truck and to see, all of it was just a lot of fun and a great community building experience. So thank you to everyone who participated. Also wanted to mention just briefly that I'd like to send out to council, the Eastside Human Services Forum is starting to develop our 2022 state legislative agenda, and I'd love to get your input. So we put together a survey to gather input really from anybody who's interested in human services here on the East Side. So I think that many of us council members really care about those issues, and you can help us as a forum represent issues that are important to our community as far as human services. So I'll email each of you out those links, and you're welcome to share it with your networks as well of folks that you think would be interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My only report is noting that the Sound Transit Board is having a special meeting tomorrow. Previously, I talked about some amendments that they're looking at in their realignment plan that Councilmember Balducci had proposed, and Chair Kent Keel, and Councilmember Balducci are converging on some amendments to their realignment plan. One of their amendments is one that would move the 85th Street intersection from Tier 2 to Tier 1, so that it would be built with the rest of the 405 South line. Because of all the planning work that we're doing, we think we can move that up. I will be testifying in favor of that amendment. In order to pay for it, they would be deferring the Kingsgate Park and Ride parking expansion by 1 year. And we think that among the discussion of the transportation work group, we're advocating for keeping 85th as much on schedule as possible. So I'll be testifying to that tomorrow. Thank you.
Well done, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also just want to share how grateful I am that we are back in the community. It feels so wonderful to connect with people. And I do want to thank Officer Rob King for the ride along last night. It was really fun. iServe is holding a food and back to school supply drive on August 28th and 29th. So I urge everyone to volunteer and donate. I was appointed to the King Conservation District Urban Forestry Working Group. We will be advising on programming, and we'll also distribute $250,000 in funding and technical assistance to cities with urban forestry projects. Kirkland has submitted 4 projects for this fund. I am also serving on the King Conservation District Election Reform Subcommittee, and we are making inroads into moving the Conservation District election to the general election. The conservation districts as a whole statewide have so far agreed that they would let individual conservation districts move their ballots to a November general election if they wish. Now it needs to go to the legislature for approval. And there is no SDA pick this month, so I'll pick it up again in September. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. People have covered most of what I wanted to say. I just wanted to thank everyone who had a part in organizing the Plaza of Champions induction ceremony for Wes Carpenter, which several of us were able to attend. Huge crowd, way more than I thought would be there. And I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak on your behalf, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Well, we didn't talk a whole lot about the Totem Lake grand opening, but it was an amazing feat. I just want to remind everybody, when you think about what we have accomplished at Totem Lake over the course of the last many years, it really is rather incredible. Two of our legislators, my husband Larry and Roger Goodman, were with us. It was, I think both of them were pretty much knocked over by all that we had accomplished. It's been a long time, but we have been focused on this work for so long. I could not help being so amazingly proud of that body of work. It was also nice to be able to have a get together with the department directors at Councilmember Curtis's home for just a celebration of all of us. The City Hall reopening was fun. I lost my speech, but it went okay. And Summerfest was an absolute blast. A little scary. You know, I'm hoping we're going to be able to track public health information to make sure we didn't get a little bit of a super spreader there. But that concert on Friday night was amazing. And I understand it was twice as crowded on Saturday night. So not sure what we'll see from that, but it was so fun. And people were so incredibly delighted to be with each other again. And Councilmember Black volunteered, I believe, 16 hours at the event.
Wow.
I was pretty darn impressed. And with that, I will turn it over to City Manager Triplett.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple things before we go to our one business item. I wanted to say on behalf of the staff, thank you all who were able to attend the opening of City Hall. Sure means a lot to the employees that you're able to be there and show your support. And I also just want to thank the council for all the support you provided for things like the vaccine incentive programs and all the ways that you've voted for both our policies and our financial asks for everything we've done to keep our community and our employees safe. So we just really appreciate your support throughout this pandemic and going forward through the rest of the summer. So it was good to see you all in person again in our many ways, but it's also great to see the council back in City Hall where you belong. So on that note, we have and still intend to have the September council meeting in person as a hybrid meeting. Clearly, we will be monitoring the Delta variant situation and whether that's something that we want to evaluate as we get closer. I'll be in contact with the council in the second half of August, if anything changes that makes us want to change that. So just stay tuned. But at this moment, we still intend to have a hybrid reopening. We are looking at ways that we might provide additional protections for the council. So council chambers may look a little different when you return, but I just wanted you to know there's a lot of thinking going on to see if we can get you back here in person, those of you who can or choose to be back here. So any questions on the hybrid model that we're coming up with or anything at this time?
Seeing none, I just would encourage less plexiglass. Just saying.
Okay, so before I go to calendar, then we do have the one action item, which is the Department of Ecology letter. We do not have a formal presentation on this. The council received the letter in the packet, but we do have Josh Pansky, who's our utility manager, and John Starbird, the Deputy Public Works Director, here to answer questions. What we're looking for tonight from the council is not necessarily like wordsmithing, but if there's general comments the council wants to make on the letter itself, or maybe tone or thoughts that we didn't quite capture, we're looking for that. And then we are looking for a motion by the council to authorize the mayor to sign a letter similar to this. The comment period for ecology ends on August 15th, so we won't have a chance to come back to the council before this is due. So with that, just as an opening, happy to answer any questions, or if council has questions of Josh or John, we stand ready.
Super. And before we take questions or comments, I just want to defend a little bit the stridency of the letter. I think some of it is my fault. And I wanted to be fairly direct, and I think Josh absolutely captured my passion. And I appreciate that, because this is an issue that is, it's very near and dear to my heart. And I want to make one additional comment. One of the things I didn't mention in my reports is I did meet for almost 2 hours with Cameron Gurul and Christy True about a week ago. We talked a whole lot about what we need to do in terms of sort of partnering around these kinds of issues for our community. And just in terms of trying to turn a ship that is pointed in a direction that could turn in a better direction with regard to making better choices. And I think the overall sense, both of the division and certainly of the Regional Water Quality Committee, has been supportive of these kinds of letters going out to the Department of Ecology. And I can only say that I wish that we had done something like this when we were faced with the CSO's decision, 6 years ago, which was another $1 billion decision. But so comments or feedback on the letter? Councilmember Curtis.
I will start off. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Josh and John, for being here. I'll start off because I was one of the people that said, wow, this is a little more combative than we usually write our letters. So the tone caught me off a little bit, but I fully support the letter. I think it's crucial, and I think the emphasis on a potential $5,000 rate increase is chilling. I mean, none of us can afford a $5,000 rate increase. So I think that focus on that is really important. I would recommend maybe trying to be a little more collaborative on how we can work together and what kind of options that we need to do. I support the recommendation that we need to evaluate multiple science-based, cost-effective options. All of that I'm supporting. I am obviously not the audience for this, but if we are going to send it to so many people, I got a little lost in the science on the second page, on the second paragraph, when we were talking about natural oceanic circulation is 88% and then 12% and so forth. So for me, for a layperson, it might need sort of a summation sentence after that, the point that we're trying to make. One thing that flagged for me that I want to make sure that we're not trying to say is it felt, what I don't want to say is this solution will only affect 10% of the damage, and the problem's so big we can't solve it. Because what that reminds me of is the argument is Washington State shouldn't take measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions because China is putting so much pollution in the air. And I believe that we all need to do our part. So I just want to make sure that that's not the message that's coming through. So thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I very much wanted to thank you for your stridency on this. I mean, there are times for diplomacy and there are times to get in people's faces. And personally, I think multiplying our sewer bills by 10 times is a time to get in people's faces. So thank you very much for that. I know we all care a lot about salmon recovery, which I think is what this is mostly about. But we can't prioritize that goal 100% over the reality of people's lives. And with all of the increasing costs that people in our city are suffering from right now, that is just not one that we can sustain. So thank you very much for being outspoken.
Thank you. Further discussion? Could I get a motion to approve or finalize a letter to the Department of Ecology expressing the City of Kirkland's position with regard to the proposed letter?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion is approved unanimously. And I believe that takes us to a second items from the audience. I don't know if we have any audience left, but if so, I'm just going to go ahead and make the statement. This is the additional time in our meeting when we normally can hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or otherwise scheduled for public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to make comments now via Zoom or on the phone? City Manager, do we have any?
We are looking. At the moment, we do not have anyone with their hand raised.
Okay.
So
We do have two people who have actually stuck it out though and are
Yes.
still in the audience, which is nice.
All right, but not interested in speaking. Dana, you're out there, and Mr. Rempel. In which case I will call this extra items from the audience period closed. We will now be going into executive session to discuss two topics. The first relates to potential litigation, and the second relates to the potential acquisition of real estate. For any members of the public still participating in this meeting tonight by Zoom or telephone, it will be necessary for you now to log off or hang up. After our executive session, I will reconvene our meeting solely for the purpose of adjournment. Thank you.